QA systems are usually relying on graded scales. Fully compliant, half not complying. We say that we would like to have it ideal verification binary and light, so will it stay as it is planned right now? Could it stay? Some programs maybe do not meet or do not find the proof of the criteria in their programs, and they want to include them. So how likely the program will have to go through new accreditation instead of re-accreditation process? What would be the lines? And the last question that I would like to say, but not the last question in the list, what's next? Reapplying for the label after 6 years period, for example, will the process be the same, evidence search, or we will be looking for quality evidences, how we were implementing those criteria in the previous, let's say, accreditation phase. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this very practical contribution, and also already presenting to us like kind of a toolkit checklist for all of us. Yeah, so when you have a fully fledged and really integrated joint program that has already produced all the documentation, it should be quite easy to go through a verification process. I know we talked about this yesterday already a little bit, Alexander, in our bilateral talks, that you have a slightly different perspective also on the role of the consortium agreement. And I also wanted to add that yesterday we were also talking about a little bit, and we heard in the audience that there is some fear that this verification process could create some additional bureaucratic and financial burden to the consortia. And we know, creating a joint program is already kind of a burden. I already say that to my colleagues that creating and implementing a joint program is kind of the best resilient staff training program you can have in a university. So having this in mind, I wanted to ask you, Alexander, what tools and indicators would be, in your opinion, the most effective ones for verifying the European degree label criteria, and how this process could be implemented to minimize the burden for the programs?
Yes, thank you for that. And I mean, obviously, the overall goal of, I think, everyone who discusses this is simplification. So I think that's clear as a goal. Then the question is, how do we operationalize that goal? And here I would maybe split it in a more procedural dimension of it, and let's say the substantive dimension of it, which is the verification of criteria themselves, and how you assess the criteria one by one. On the procedural level, I think that what is crucial is that all parts of the system fulfill their role, so to speak, and that we do not add additional procedures to the existing ones. This is what you have already heard in the panel number 2, that procedurally speaking, we need to integrate this with the joint program accreditation, hopefully through the European approach. And if that is possible, then it's relatively simple. I really have to reiterate one point. I always bring it up myself, that Jan Mel mentioned yesterday. This is not the first label, and sometimes the discussion is as if this is the first label existing in higher education. No, it's not. Quality assurance agencies are already issuing labels together with accreditation processes. An agency does an accreditation of a university, which is typically mandatory. That's why it's accreditation. And then university can opt to have some additional label, or even labels, multiple, which are then packaged together with the accreditation processes. It's just that as far as I know, this is the first time that we are applying it to joint programs, but that doesn't change the fundamental methodological reality, which is that, yes, we can package labeling evaluations with external quality assurance and with accreditation processes. So that's what we need to do with the European degree label in order to make it as simple as possible. Again, that still leaves the question of what to do when European approach is not available, but maybe let's leave that aside. If there are some specific questions in the discussions, we can go deeper into that. I think it's clear that by now, this is also in the draft guidelines, that the quality assurance agencies registered in ECHAR, hence you can trust them to be ESG compliant, would authorize the consortia to issue or award the label, right? So the mechanism is quite clear. There is a methodology developed at the European level. There is an agency that authorizes the consortium to award the label, or let's say to award the degrees which would carry this label. So I guess that this is something that there is almost a consensus on, or full consensus on, that this is how procedurally this should work in order to minimize additional burden for everyone in the system. But let's go a bit more in the substantive part, which is what we have heard from Neringa, and this is a very interesting example. And here I would first recall my experiences from my previous job, and when I was coordinating the FOSSAI project, so you have heard now another alternative pronunciation, don't worry about it. And we did a simulation, right? This was the old version, let's call it the old version of the criteria, or the first version of the criteria that was published before the projects were even starting. So we decided to do a simulation. We literally formed small panels, like 3-person panels. We asked the programs to do self-assessment, something of the kind that we have just seen. And then we asked these small panels to actually apply the criteria to these programs. Now, there are several people in the room who are participating in the project, including Mario Calabrese from University of Strasbourg and Epicure Alliance, who was actually coordinating that evaluation process, or the simulation of an evaluation. And one very interesting finding for us is that it actually took more time, both on the side of the program staff, program coordinators, and everyone else involved in the program itself, and on the side of the evaluation panels, to actually do this evaluation. So that was one of the lessons learned. Now, why? So I'll just describe what happened, and maybe we can draw some conclusions from that. The self-assessment part, what we have just heard about, can indeed be quite simple. But I would argue the self-assessment part, in terms of making a certain mapping of which information can be found where, can be relatively simple if you're experienced and you know the matter, even in accreditation processes. It's not difficult to go through the accreditation standards and check where the panel can find some information. So that part can indeed be done quite quickly. The question is, what about the next steps? What about the actual evaluation of whether what is in these documents is actually true in reality? And this is where we can really take many different paths. And this is perhaps a good moment to say that, as opposed to when I worked at the University of Rijeka and the UFA Alliance, where I could come into these type of events and say, this is what we need, this is what we want. As ECHAR, we have no view, we have no horse in this race, no policy or political view, at least. We are a technical body, essentially. We exist to verify ESG compliance of agencies. So, whatever you want and whatever the ministers accept at the end, that is how it's going to be. But the only thing that I can give you is some more advice or suggestions from the perspective of doing this type of external quality assurance for quite some time. And one thing that I honestly believe is that everything that is purely paper-based, document-based, first of all, very quickly loses its value, turns into an administrative exercise, purely bureaucratic exercise, which is like, the worst stereotype on external quality assurance and accreditation. It's like these people coming in, forcing us to tick these boxes. So this is something that European quality assurance has spent decades trying to move away from. So from that perspective, my suggestion would be not to do that with the European degree label evaluations, but also that really the documents themselves are, how to put this, they have an interesting relationship with reality. And I'm not saying that people are lying in the documents. I'm saying that the relationship is really much more complex. The reality sometimes becomes very interesting once you dig deeper and you see how things actually manifest themselves in reality. Sometimes the interaction between different parts of the documents or different regulations creates very interesting realities, especially for those who are most concerned here, and these are the students who are attending this program and future graduates. Just have in mind the creativity that all of you and all of us, I used to work on this, had to exhibit navigating these regulations to construct a joint program. Could you understand it from simply reading the national regulation? Often no. That being said, it is very important to have in mind the distinction between the first evaluation, what in external QA we would call initial accreditation, and then subsequent evaluations or re-accreditations, to take the quality assurance analogy. This is coming back to your final question, Neringa, because when a program is only starting, then it is true, the only thing you have are the documents. I mean, there are no students there yet to interview. You could interview teachers about curriculum development, program structure, etc. But you cannot really check how something is operating when it's not operating yet, right? But that's why, and that's what I always say, the first real evaluation of any program is the first evaluation after the initial evaluation, because that's when you see how things work in reality. Again, to come back to my point, it is up to all of you, not even in this room, obviously, but with other stakeholders and the ministries to decide in which way to take it. It can be extremely simple. It can be very difficult. Where to find this optimal balance is what I would say is the key. But in order for this to demonstrate a real added value, it has to be more than just a compliance check of the documents themselves, of one person sitting behind the desk and doing a check. Here I will compare it with the European standards and guidelines and the more methodological prescriptions there about how external QA is being done. So the ESG prescribes how the agencies must evaluate universities. And don't take this point the wrong way, that I mean that because it's in this ESG, that's why it has to be done that way in the label. That is not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is think about why we have prescribed certain things the way they are prescribed in the ESG. For example, why is there a requirement that there is a review panel composed of diverse experts, including always, in 100% of cases, students, that needs to check and evaluate the program or the institution? And believe me, there are issues with that. There are systems, including big, important systems, which are not compliant with these requirements of the ESG and are pushing or advocating for relaxing these requirements. If you have seen the new draft of the ESG, you have seen that we have decided not to relax this requirement. Now, why? What's the background thinking? It is that this is basically an exercise of trying to determine truth or reality about something that is very complex. You will never achieve 100% reliability, never. It is impossible. But how do you make it as reliable as possible? It is to form a panel which is composed of diverse perspectives, all with their relevant expertise, who then interview, again, different stakeholders. You interview students, you interview the teachers, the academic staff, the professional staff, the management, and in that way you triangulate. This is literally a process of triangulation, and through that you create something that is as close to reality as it can be, and only then you get the real picture. All I'm saying is that is the logic that I would always suggest that is applied to the European degree label as well. And finally, I made this point already from the audience yesterday. I think we need to be very clear. We need to be very clear about what the differences are between the European degree label and the quality criteria or accreditation criteria in substance. I was very happy to hear Jan Meld yesterday that in the ensuing revision of the operational guidelines, everything having to do with quality standards will be kind of bracketed, will maybe even be put as an eligibility requirement. I think that would be really helpful in clarifying the situation, because currently when you read this, the criteria, people are of course asking, but we have already checked this through our accreditation, will this be checked again? So it's very, there's an answer to that, of course, that is no, but you know, like when you read the document, when you read the criteria, it kind of intuitively leads you in the wrong direction. So it's much better that really we make a mapping, we make a clear mapping of which European degree label criteria are already basically met fully if you have passed the European approach accreditation, and then we can just leave those aside. Those are automatically met if you have been successfully accredited. And then all the things that we have actually talked so far, and I think we will talk about in the panel further, should only be for those criteria that
I will have a look at the time.
Yeah, this is my final sentence, literally. So only for those criteria that are not already met through the accreditation procedure.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. It was really very interesting what you said, and I fully support everything. Yeah, but we have very strict rules here, and I was always watching in the direction of Laura, so I got already nervous. And of course, we won't give you enough time also to ask your questions after all the statements from the panel. Yes, so thank you very much about that. So everything is about, you know, having it simple as possible and meaningful as possible, having, let's say, two parts. We already agreed that the European degree label goes beyond the European approach qualification. Therefore, we still need to think how to integrate that perhaps in already existing structures in our institutions and also in our countries. And also yesterday I noted down something that as a joint program coordinator, it always alerts me a little bit when I heard that there should be room for interpretation where possible, because interpretation, very bad word for a joint program coordinators, because it very often leads to even more complexity and more challenges and the need for being more creative, as we heard yesterday. So having heard all this, Alexandru, I would like to ask you now, what is your perspective on that, and how could all those criteria and all those processes we already heard now be embedded in our already existing QA systems and processes?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. It's a real honor and pleasure to be here, and thank you so much from the organizers for inviting also me to be able to share a couple of thoughts, both from Civis and also from the Policy Lab Advisory Board. And of course, taking of course of the ideas shared by Neringa before and Alexander, I would say it's important that I don't repeat myself saying, well, that, I mean, we see obviously that the criteria and the way we are driving them together with the member states is to be embedded in the processes as much as possible. So of course, simplification was mentioned yesterday a lot, today even more. So I would a bit to challenge the thought of today, especially thinking about the co-creative session that will follow, and to challenge a bit your insights and what input the community that you are representing so wonderfully can bring. Because I'm always thinking back of, for example, in our alliance, and of course we also did this exercise, a really nice one to see, that's why I stood up as well, to see whether our programs already can fulfill those criteria, and how much does it take, and where do I look for the information, and whether do we have it or not. And of course, we did it. Of course, we ended up with some it depends, because, for example, we have one of our already up and running master programs in climate, environment, and energy, TRACY as we call it, in Civis. It's a very complex program with 11 degree awarding universities, so it's already a complexity in itself, but it is a sort of our jewel of the crown program in the Alliance. And with 9 study tracks in so many degree combinations and sustainability at its core, it's interesting to actually look at that interpretation you were talking about, Ulrike, and how we actually see that. Because when we drafted, for example, the cooperation agreement for that particular program, which has set actually the template we have now for all our master and bachelor programs in civis, it has been a couple of years just to make people understand why am I actually putting together people from admission office, QA office, financial officers, people who are working on curriculum design, together with academics and teachers and evaluators and supervisors and researchers. And how are they actually interacting and not limiting the innovation? Because this was very important to see how the academics and the researchers that are part of those programs are not actually limited by those constraints. They don't actually see that aiming towards a checklist is actually a limitation. And that leads to the challenging thought I was thinking about sharing with you, is the fact that, of course, simplification is key. It's important to look at it to the already existing processes to make it quite smooth, quite operational. But I take the thought, Alexandra, you shared, but is it actually sufficient? And I'm always asking myself, what do we actually want the European degree to be for? Because if it's blatantly speaking, I mean, if it's just a checklist of already existing things, then why are we here? We already have it. I mean, you've seen a couple of course, voices out there that say, well, all joint programs in Europe are European, right? Well, you can just say it's true. If we stick to that checklist, it's true. And then we can just go home or visit Venice, which is a beautiful city. So then, of course, the thought is, what do we, as members of European University Alliances and each of our universities, actually want the European degree to be more than that? Is it actually sufficient to think about a checklist of indicators around to QA mechanisms and processes which already attest a high level of quality? Is it sufficient to actually speak about documents and promises that are intrinsic in the process, or is it more about? Because if for example, I give some examples from the criteria. So of course we have, Neringa, you mentioned, of course, the values, which has been raised upon as many times as challenging. But I would dare to say that it's challenging also from another perspective. And it's basically one of the criterion in the list that doesn't speak at all about the program. It speaks about the institutions. So then, of course, as an educationalist, I have the need to ask myself then why it is there, and it is there like that. Why isn't such a criterion with its subsequent indicators actually speak to me as an educationalist, as an academic, as a teacher, as a researcher, as a student at the end of the day? Why doesn't it speak to me about, for example, a value-inspired pedagogy? Why don't I actually think about how do we transpose values into teaching and learning practices in those joint programs, and how is that transposed into the learning experience of the students? Or, for example, if I go for inclusiveness or transclusivity, as in civis we use this new approach that Professor Romita was mentioning yesterday, is it enough to talk about special needs? What about learning profiles? And how is that embedded in, again, the design of the learning experience? If we actually want the European degree to respond to the needs that, well, the political agenda says we have to. And that's about competitiveness, if I'm not wrong. It's about, well, skill development. It's about attracting talents. How is that connected? And the thought is that basically if we just aim for that oversimplification that I would say I'm afraid a bit of. Talking about simplification, we are a bit very close to oversimplification. And I would dare to say that's a very, very, very thin line over there that maybe we should be cautious about. Because otherwise, is it actually enough to develop such a program that, well, speaks about those values if the journey and the experience of the students is not changed? I mean, how is that sufficient enough to attract talents from outside Europe, for example? Because that's one of the things that we say we want the European degree to be about. Is it enough? And I would dare to end this response, hoping that I responded in a way, of course, to this wonderful question, is also to the fact that is actually the European degree label, degree itself, whatever we'll aim for in the end, Is it sufficient if it's not actually part of an ecosystem that we have to actually build all together? And I think the European University Alliances are the best way to do this ecosystem, in which we don't talk only about the degree programs themselves, which we already have, we are pushing them, the label will actually be able to prove this added value that we all want for, but then we actually have to build this ecosystem in which we talk about attracting, selecting, training, employing, and retaining those people that we want in Europe. And this is where the European degree label and the European degree programs, I would say hopefully soon, and not only the label, would actually remain. And this is the ecosystem that probably should allow us to think about this embeddedness in the already existing processes and the simplification. Simplification for itself or simplification for an added value. Maybe this is where the balance we have to think about. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So thank you so much. So over the last days, or the last day more or less, and today we heard a lot about the European degree label, the added value, what it will be about, how it will be verified, etc. So now I'm very curious, and perhaps you as well, to hear the views and the perspective of the students. So not only about the verification process and where you would see the role of the students, but the view of the added value of the European degree label as a whole. I hope you agree that I asked this more general question to Tamara to respond to us from the student perspective. Please.
Thank you. Yes. Good morning, everyone. Usually I consider myself unlucky because I have to wear the critical hat, but after all those speakers, I feel a bit unlucky because a lot of things have been said already, so I will try to polish my ideas. Of course, for students, it has already been said, but I have to underline again that the European degree label is not interesting if it is a logo, if it is a marketing tool or an extra line on a diploma. It's only relevant if it tangibly changes how it feels to study in that program. If quality is clearer, more coherent across countries, if mobility is properly supported, if it's better automatically recognized, and if participation is genuinely inclusive rather than reserved for a small, very privileged group. So, of course, the label can become a useful tool, but only under very strict conditions. So the question is not whether the label should exist or not at this point, but whether it is meaningful, fair, and worth the effort students and institutions are really asked to invest. And I was thinking to address three main aspects. Of course, the biggest expectation is to deliver specifically from my side how students can be involved in the criteria and in the verification. And for now, I would say that we cannot give too many general recommendations because we're still trying to see how it will entail in the next months, how the guide will look like in the final form, and also each of you, each alliance is unique in itself in how you involve students, what bodies you have. So there are not many correct general requests, I would say, from our side, but participation is important to understand that student participation is definitely not an optional feature, but a precondition for legitimate quality assurance. And if the European degree label is meant to be student-centered, as it says, in many, many places, then student involvement must be structurally embedded in both the criteria and the verification methodology. Of course, in general, it's very important that we're formally present in governance and quality assurance structures, talking about joint program boards, talking about all alliance-level bodies responsible for curriculum design, mobility schemes, admission rules, student support frameworks. But secondly, it's also important that our input when we're talking about this verification should be independent. So from our side, it's very important to make sure that we will have a separate student statement or a separate student report written by the representatives from the consortium, the student representative from the consortium, where we share our views, our problems, our complaints, and in general, solutions for improvement. Thirdly, students must be involved also in the monitoring and in the follow-up process that we just talked about. How? We're not sure yet, because we're not sure how the monitoring will literally look like, but if the label will be renewed periodically, maybe it will be helpful to have like a report, like a "you said, we did" report that should become a standard practice, showing which measures we're taking to improve the program. And in general, inclusivity must be student verified. And when I'm talking about inclusivity, I'm talking about proof that working students, first generation students, carers, students with disabilities are present and are supported. And all this verification must include the perspective also of non-mobile students, because we're talking about joint masters mainly. That is usually the experience of a small mobile elite, whereas we have plenty of students that cannot move. So then we're talking about a very privileged report. This was the procedural aspect, but in terms of what has been also mentioned, I would like to call it the avoidance of administrative inflation, because this is how it feels like. From what I heard today and yesterday, the biggest risk is that the label becomes another bureaucratic process that is layered on top of accreditation, recognition, and QA, without really improving the learning documents and the learning experience. So what we just saw is more documents. We saw annexes, we saw agreements. Great. They're mainly relevant if we do not have them in practice, especially knowing that everyone uses AI to make them. So then what's the point of creating more annexes? Me, as a student reviewer, when I go in a review, it takes forever to find a document on a university website, because there are so many documents that we need to have. For what? Just to have the documents, just to tick the box? I don't know if it's really useful. So what I would challenge you to do is to ask yourselves if you really see a change in having this label. Because if you don't, then just don't get it, because really it makes no difference. So I would like also to say that it risks currently, looking at how it looks, it risks creating fragmentation rather than coherence, especially if it will be given to the joint programs only. As I just said, there are such a small percentage of the total student population. So that will be the second idea. And the third one, we like as student representatives to talk a lot about inclusivity. And it's very important to make sure that at this point we avoid creating a label for a few that is irrelevant for many. So students are already seeing headlines about this European degree. There is a real risk that it becomes a branding exercise that will benefit a very small number of programs, while the majority of students see no change at all. So, for example, we were explicitly told yesterday that participation in the label is voluntary. Okay, this may sound reassuring, but it also raises a fundamental concern. If participation is optional, limited, and resource-heavy, are we creating a European, so-called European flagship for a few hundred or a few thousand, where we have 20 million students in Europe? So right now, most European degree programs will be joint masters. In practice, that really means no bachelor access, little relevance for lifelong learners, marginal impact on mobility patterns, and in general limited effect on social inclusion. So if so-called European education becomes synonymous with joint degree, then we completely exclude the majority of learners from the European project rather than bringing them closer to it. So if the ambition is truly European values, then maybe this space or other spaces are a good place to rethink together well, if what we have is whether that European elements should be restricted only to joint degrees, alliances without joint degrees are left behind, what is happening, and whether the label supports transformation or simply just highlights what only a few can afford to do currently, because that's the financial reality of us as students. So as a conclusion, I would say that a successful European degree label in 10 years is not one with good branding.
is in general one where students don't really notice the label, but feel stronger rights, smoother recognition, and clearer information and real influence in shaping their education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will not say too much now because we only have 10 minutes left for, sorry? 20? Okay, then 20 minutes left to not endanger your coffee break for any additional questions from the audience. I already see hands everywhere. So the first one was over there. The second one is here in the back.
Hello, everybody. Juan from Ingenium. Yeah, is it okay, the sound? Perfect. Well, thank you so much because this has been one of the best panels I think I've ever attended, really. Super interesting. There are so many things to react to. And first of all, I think you expose a very important trade-off that we should not avoid, which is what do we want out of simplification processes? And there, I fully endorse these ideas on we should not confuse reducing administrative processes with losing the enriching element of dialogue that we have in QA. And honestly, even from experience, what I see in my university is that in quality labels processes, the participation of a panel, the dialogue with the academics is extremely enriching for everybody. So I think we should reflect on, do we want to take that out? Personally, I wouldn't, also because then what is the student engagement part? Where is this component of really getting ideas on how to improve the program? So in the next steps, in the policy lab, etc., I think it's super important that this is addressed. Like simplification should not mean a process that is just like checking 4 documents and that's it. We need to think about the component of improvement and we should not stop talking about this. And then I think Tamara made really interesting points. But I think there are 2 dangers that she exposed. The first one is this idea that the European degree is the only policy tool out there, and that we should use the European degree to fix all the problems that we have in higher education. I fully disagree with that because in our alliances, we are doing many things, and joint programs are just one of them. We are working on flexible learning pathways, we are working on so many things to make our learning offer inclusive. So I don't think the question is whether every single joint program should be accessible to every single student. The question is, are we building learning offers that are inclusive to all types of students? Because otherwise what we risk is paralysis by analysis. We are going to spend countless hours trying to make every program adaptable to every single student, but this is not the case, right? Because education is diverse, people have different interests. So that should be the commitment. And what we need to build during programs is the flexibility to cater to different realities and needs. So yeah, I think it was important to highlight that. I would be really interested to hear more also, Tamara, on your perspective on that. Is this a general aspiration? Is this something that should happen with every joint program? When you talk about eliminating those barriers, how should we do it practically? Thank you.
Thank you. So who wants to react on this? Alexandro?
Thank you, and thank you, Juan, for raising both the comments and the question. I'd just like to make an add-on thought about this, because of course, start thinking a lot about, as I said, what's the European degree actually for? And I would dare to say that, of course, I agree with all the points about making it accessible for the students and making it something that the students can take value of. But I do share your thoughts. We have many other tools out there for many other things. And I would dare to also ask the following question. Are, for example, Erasmus Mundus open for everyone and accessible for everyone? No, they're not. They're not even open for the universities. If you actually look at them realistically, honestly, and we're here among friends and colleagues, they're not. And they're not about accessibilizing education. They're about making a very highly competitive market. That's it. And we are honest, and we know that. That's why we're doing them. So if, of course, we want at some point to transform higher education in Europe to make it accessible, meaningful, relevant, transformative for the students, well, we have to tempt universities academics and everyone involved to do that. And how do you tempt them? Well, raising the ambition and using the European degree as the hook in order to catch them into the transformative processes. But you cannot start by massifying the European degree, because if you start by massification, there's no transformation at all. It's already there, so why do we bother? But rather, let's turn it the other way around. Let's start with, indeed, a privileged set of programs and initiatives that, well, roll out the spillover effect and transform the surroundings. And then in a couple of years, maybe in 10 years, we can talk about the massification of European degrees. But only if we acknowledge that, yes, truly, all the educational offer in the European higher education context is indeed worthy, if I would use this word, for this European degree. But I don't think we are there yet. And if we start with massifying it, we will actually not get there soon.
Thank you. And there's also a short remark from Alexander.
Yeah, well,
really
just
short.
to say, yes, just to say I really agree with you, Juan Reon, definitely, and to reinforce it further, this is why I think it's so important to distinguish the procedural and substantive dimension. Overall, I think we have discussed this so much, this topic. This is where maybe I can see where Tamara is coming from. You know, we're discussing this as if it's the next Bologna process. I mean, you know, it's not. It can be much simpler than it sounds at first. But we need to distinguish these two things. We can really, I'm convinced, simplify it on the procedural level. This is what I try to say. Just integrate it in the external evaluations the way that it's already done with the labels. You can do that without sacrificing the ambitiousness of the substantive dimension and setting the bar higher in terms of the jointness, the student experience, etc., etc. So we can do both. But there is, of course, a certain trade-off. It's about how, let's say, easy it is to be compliant with the European degree label. And as with all sets of criteria, it can neither be too difficult nor too easy. You have to strike a good balance. And just one thought here, I think it's very important that these operational guidelines are not written somehow indefinitely. This is the first time that this will exist, the first time that this methodology will be implemented, and there's nothing more important than to already now determine how this will be updated and revised, because now we're just theorizing. Then, once we start implementing it, we need to have the feedback loops to see how it goes and to be smart about updating and revising the procedure.
Thank you. There was one. Yeah, Fernando.
Yeah, it's me, sorry. 3 quick ideas, but I will start by the most important one from my experience also. Thank you very much, Tamara, for raising this point. I fully agree with you. We cannot take any step towards creating a true European higher education area without taking steps in all fronts. And that means not only creating joint programs, but also creating the opportunities for the students to actually carry it out. And that's a responsibility that we should not throw away. It's a responsibility of the institutions, but it's a responsibility also of the policymakers, of the Commission and the national states. So that we should make sure that there is opportunities in terms of grants and support for this type of programs as well. On the procedural basis discussion, I have a question regarding the transition period, or how the already existing programs could actually get this label. The first question is this really a transition period, or programs that may not want to get the label at its accreditation phase, but then they change their mind and they still want to get the label, should be still have the opportunity to go to a QA agency and ask for the label at a later stage? And what is the implications in this process? And the main question, the elephant in the room, is there a site visit or there is not? I think the site visit is already there, because we are asking them to have a European approach, and there is a site visit to the European approach. So we are already working with verified documents, because it's not just the self-evaluation table, it's also the European approach evaluation report that a QA agency has produced. And obviously there can be an additional documentation needed, the same way a site visit could be a top-up if needed, but only if needed, not to create more burden and more resource-intense process. So I will suggest that for this kind of transition or additional, we only put the site visit as an additional thing if needed. In any case, I think all programs will try to integrate it into accreditation processes. That makes sense and is the less resource intensive. And a reflection also to Alexander Schussner from ECAR, just asking from your experience, is ECAR not basing its decision from somebody else's report that already carried out a site visit? So you are not doing site visits yourselves. You are also basing your decision-making on somebody else's reports.
Yeah, if I can start from the end, yes, indeed, that's how we do it. ECHAR doesn't evaluate we don't appoint the panels to go and evaluate the agencies. Agencies are free to choose, even their review coordinators, most often that is ENCA. We receive the reports and do the evaluation. Important difference there. The standards are known when they do it. If there was an European approach accreditation 3 years ago, 2 years ago, the European degree label criteria did not exist then yet. I mean, maybe they existed in a draft way, but the panels who did the accreditation then did not check them explicitly. Maybe we are lucky enough that we can infer it from the documentation, but now we're getting into what we talked about at a break yesterday. Maybe indeed we can use the accreditation report to infer the information, but it's not there. And that's the difference. I'm not saying we should not trust the reports of other bodies. We absolutely should. I think we have this basis of trust, is that when the people who have been drafting that report, they should have reflected on the things that we want to evaluate, which are the European degree criteria, which exist only now. Yeah? That's what bothers me there. That being said, but that leads to your question. My opinion is that in general, the site visit and the interviews with different stakeholders are absolutely irreplaceable part of any external evaluation. That being said, okay, you always have, sometimes roughness around the edges, and maybe it would be pragmatic to have some kind of a transition period, maybe indeed to say, okay, if the accreditation panel through the European approach has already by good chance covered everything that is needed, maybe then you could give provisionally the label, but there has to be some kind of guarantee that once the next reaccreditation happens, that then it will really be properly included in the methodology. So it's a bit of a balancing game, but I mean, it's like that with all the things. Imagine when, now DSG are changing. We'll have a transition policy. Things do not always work perfectly in these boxes. I think it's fine. I think we can be pragmatic in finding these avenues. What Fernando was saying, we disagreed yesterday at the break, but at the end agreed. In a sense, yeah, maybe the site visit or the interviews with different stakeholders could be done like when needed for clarification or those type of things. But again, only exceptionally for a limited period of time until the first real external evaluation can happen. That at least would be my advice how to make the process reliable.
Yeah, and I also wanted to follow up on the other question because this also interests me a lot. Because there is a lot of joint programs already in place that perhaps did not go through European approach accreditation yet, but still want to now also apply for the European degree label. So was this taken into consideration already or discussed also in the policy lab, for example, how the procedures could look like for those programs who are already accredited, perhaps on a national level or via self-accrediting processes and not via the European approach, how the verification process could look like for those programs?
I guess you're asking me.
Yes.
So indeed, it was one of the, I think Jan-Mael also mentioned it yesterday briefly, it was one of the main outcomes of the policy lab consultation we have had a couple of weeks ago, in the fact that we have indeed to be very clear on the processes that each of those programs or universities have to take in order to gain the label, either if we're speaking about self-accrediting universities, and of course talking about consortium only with such universities, and what happens if it's a mixed consortium between self-accrediting universities and, well, universities that don't have this role and need an external accreditation at program level. But also when we speak about European approach process or not, even though there's of course this debate whether, well, how do you actually follow the European approach standards through other processes, and this has to be indeed properly checked if it's not through the European approach process. So this is part of the revision of the guidelines that we are doing together with the colleagues in the advisory board, trying of course to take the feedback from the member states on these processes and make it much clearer. Also, Alexander, you mentioned, of course, also the clustering of those indicators that are already checked through the quality processes. So there will be a couple of changes there in a way to make it simpler and much clearer for everyone on the processes. But again, this will also be sent back to the policy lab to see how it fits into their understanding.
Thank you. And also Tamara, she wanted to react to the comment.
Yeah, so just to build up on what has been said already, I think, I don't know if you, Alessandro, someone said that it should go beyond European approach, and I think the question is how does it go beyond European approach at this point, because it's not that obvious to me at least, and maybe the answer to all the questions is also to go more towards quality enhancement and not necessarily compliance, because currently I feel like the discussion is going a lot around compliance and a lot of compliance burdens, but maybe if we look towards quality enhancement and really learning mobility improvement, then the narrative might change a little, it might be more relaxed in this direction.
Thank you, and there is another question over here.
Thank you. Ksenia Widmar-Horvat, University of Ljubljana and Utopia Alliance. I would like to simplify a little bit the whole narrative. In my recollection, over a year ago, we started receiving invitations to various panels on European diploma, European degree. So we thought it was the new narrative that's coming up. And then all of a sudden, this spring we got the document on the label, European diploma label, degree label. So I think that we are sort of confusing what is this label. I don't think it's a brand. I think it's a tool. We are in the process of identifying, in my understanding, I may be wrong, identifying the obstacles that would lead toward the European degree after 2028. So we have 2.5 years to identify the obstacles. So in this sense, it makes sense to me that we simplify the procedures to get the label in order to really identify the obstacles and focus on them in depth. So, and then all the added value that will come after 2028 will have to be concerned with inclusion, with students' experience. I think these are the conditions that need to be fulfilled in order to get the European diploma. So I think it's very important that we are clear what are we doing here, what is our mission, our task. I think really identifying the obstacles. And it's not a brand. As alliances, we are already struggling to brand ourselves as alliances. So now we have the European label there as well. We don't want to see inflation of labels. I'm happy that there are so many labels around, but what's the value of that many labels? So again, I think that we really need to separate the processes of administrative obstacles, identity problems. The universities want to lose their identities and their brands, and the European values that we want to integrate into the European higher education ecosystem, and that's a mission that has much longer history, as Rumita yesterday said, and also much longer future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very important comment. I fully support what you say. I mean, the narrative changed a little bit from becoming a real qualification and talking about the program as such, to talking now about something that is put on a diploma, and we should get back to the core of this thing. So we have some minutes left for the panelists to react on this comment, and then I would close the session.
Just a practical reaction from the experience of our alliance in this moment, linking it with the obstacles, because of course I think all the pilot projects did a lot of analysis of the obstacles and mappings, and it will be done also in the connection with the work in the policy lab. But the question is sometimes what are actually the obstacles? Because if we look only at, for example, regulatory obstacles in different member states, well, let's be fair. I mean, that's quite an easy exercise to do. But at least in our experience in Civis, it's not actually about that. Because, for example, when we had discussions in another of our programs about the financial model, I've had colleagues from different offices in the universities coming to meetings and saying, well, we cannot do that, this and that. So, of course, my first reaction was, okay, give me the reference where it actually says you can't. So they couldn't give me that reference because it doesn't exist. The law doesn't say absolutely nothing about that. But there is an automatism of people, and it's a conservative automatism, that they come and say we can't do this and that. And sometimes this is presented as an obstacle, but the obstacle is not there. The obstacle is the culture of the institution, the willingness or unwillingness of some to actually do something, and of course the way people understand why are they there. And that's why I think it's also where the ambition can actually change those obstacles. Because it's not, again, it's not only about the law. It's about the people who are trying to make those things happen.
A very last short question, okay? Because, you know, we are now nearly ready to have our first coffee, so but please.
I'm not against the coffee. Just a very quick reaction to Tamara's intervention, very interesting one, to have our students together with us. Looking back to the Bologna, do you remember the black book of the Bologna process? The students has reacted at the time. We should be in permanent contact and communication to our students, because it's so important to know in which way they would like to imagine the academic journey. And one important point for reflection in the future is not only to the last part of this journey, which is the exit, the certification, the label, the administrative perspective. We need to look on the learning experiences of our students. If you are designing a program which is motivating the students, creating emotional trust and participation according to their needs, more flexible, modularized, based on small micro-credentials, based on BIPs. Alexander, it's important to mention that we integrated some BIPs experiences in the master program. That's fantastic. Flexibility and orienting to the learning experiences of our students as a journey will be perhaps a modality to save something and not looking to the end of the process, which is just certification. Students expecting from our trust and participations together in all learning experiences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And with those final words, I would like now to conclude and thank you very much for your valuable contributions. And yeah, let's have a coffee now.
Thank you, everyone. So we will meet again here in 20 minutes, so at 11:05 maximum here for the next plenary session. Thank you. Okay, everyone. I hope you had a nice break and a stroll in the fresh air. So thank you again for our panel-free speakers and moderator for guiding us this morning through the very practical and challenging question of how to evaluate and verify the European degree label criteria. We will now turn to a session that brings all of this to life. And in this poster session, 8 alliances and alliance representatives will present their contributions, which will be very diverse because some of them have prepared posters and presentation in which they present their program and how they're aligned with the criteria. Some of them will present what they've learned through accreditation processes. Some of them will present and propose new governance models, and others have also prepared to present alternative pathways to join programs. So each presentation will last 6 to 7 minutes, and we'll hold a collective Q&A at the end. Keep your questions, and you'll ask them in the end of the session. So I'll now call to the floor the first presenter, Michael Ibert. Again, sorry, French pronunciation for the names. From EU-DRESS, E3EU-DRESS, a bit challenging, the name of the alliance. Michael is the academic coordinator in the alliance and also in the joint master's program in extended reality, and he's also a senior researcher in sound and music computing at the Institute of Creative Media Technologies at St. Polten University of Applied Sciences. So Michael, if you will join us, thank you. And the posters are also all displayed in the lobby, below the lunch area, right? So you'll have time to actually roam the room as well and look at them more during the lunchtime.
On yet, so now I should be audible. Yeah, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present our program here and also describe what the challenges we had to face and what we fulfill concerning the criteria or not. I just want to remark to how to pronounce our alliance. We had a major, let's say, festival or show last week in St. Pölten with a professional moderator, and he said it that way, either you dress or you go naked. So you really pronounce it as you dress. And I thought that was a good way to remember it somehow. Okay, I would like to talk about GRACE, which is also a very complicated name if you really pronounce it correctly. GRACE stands for Gamified Reality Applications for Real-World Challenges and Experiences. We realized this is a little bit too long to promote it, so we now call it only Master in Applied XR, and this says very much about the topic it covers. So it's about gamification on the one side, applied to XR methodology and in specific application fields like health, education, or manufacturing, so maintenance applications for or training or physical therapy, as you see here, applications are the typical ways we want to implement this program. Or yes, I mean we already completed the accreditation here, which was a major enterprise. Because, yes, we followed the European approach, but in Austria, as a University of Applied Sciences, in order to start an application process, even if you have design measure funding, so we had the money, we could not start the application because you need funded study places. So, I mean, we needed to find a way really to apply for study places, and we finally also received them, so we could start this process in, let's say, collaboration with the NVEO in the Netherlands. That's the other partner, and the third partner was in Latvia, who already have a master in this field, and also they renewed the application, or had just renewed the application for the whole, let's say, scientific field for 5 years, but still they would not accept this accreditation for our program, so we had to do an additional licensing process on short notice because we did not accept this. So, but finally, I have to say everybody was very supportive, all the agencies we worked with, and finally we received the accreditation after 14 months, so that was a long period of time. So yes, I mean, so this event is about the criteria and in how far programs who already exist fulfill these criteria, and of course, and we saw some other examples this morning already, we also checked the different criteria versus what we have to offer. And saying that, I mean, if you do an accreditation following the European approach, and also if you design a program as this one is for Erasmus Mundus, we haven't received it yet, but we are positive that we will sooner or later at least, you more or less fulfill most of the criteria to full extent. So my question, or the point I want to make now is somehow, I mean, we have all these check marks now, and I think there are several programs here who really have no problem fulfilling all the criteria and to a certain extent. But what we have not talked about, and I think this is also very important, is the content really. So what do these criteria mean in the sense of the European idea, the European spirit? Where do we want to go? And what does it mean also for the design of our study program? So from my point of view, it's not enough just to set a check mark. But I mean, it should be something, at least for several of the points here in the criteria list, it should be something really which should be made very visible somehow, because I mean, it brings our society and Europe forward in a way. And I think, I mean, having a topic in the field of gamification and so a playground which is interdisciplinary by itself, because I mean a game itself is nothing, especially if you do games with a purpose, as gamification can be called. You always have to something you have to deal with and to implement. So. Yes, so we follow here this project-based approach. So there will be challenges from the industry, from mentors. We have 26 mentors at the moment on board with real-world projects here, and students can fulfill or have the task to fulfill these projects and these challenges within their studies. So that could be very long projects here, lasting 4 semesters or 3.5 semesters. But also we have space for or concepts for shorter projects. But the overall idea is that students are in permanent contact to the industry, to our partners, in order to do relevant work. So I mean, both sides learn from this. So the industry benefits because they can train the students in a direction they need them to have them, and of course students because they already are in the working field, they are in the market, they have their networks, and in this case we have 3 countries involved, so they have 3 networks really for future employment. So this is the basic idea behind it, and I think I have to watch my time slowly. I see this. Yes, so saying this, we have this so-called path to reality. That means we pick students up in an in vitro situation at the beginning of their studies, and they will end up really implementing their projects into the industry fields. And there's always questions in relationship to the mobility. So we have a fixed route here as well. So students will start in St. Pölten and then move to Enschede, which is in the Netherlands, at Saxon University, and then move to Latvia in the 3rd semester. The 4th semester, it really depends where they do their thesis and their final project implementation. In implementation. And of course, I mean, we have the problem. I mean, the project should be more than, in an ideal case, more than 1 semester. So how to deal with this mobility? Because students have to move, apparently, but the companies won't move they are in. And I have to say that we are very lucky here because many of the companies we are working with have not seen several of their employees ever in real time or in real life, because they're working abroad and in, let's say, mobile office situations. So some are in Australia, some are in the US and wherever. And so also this topic solves many issues we normally would face with this mobility thing when we try to combine external partners with the demanded or required mobility, especially for Mundus programs. So that's one way to deal with this, and I think I should stop here. I would have many things to say, but this should just be an example how to deal with this situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. So I will now call our second speaker, who is Dr. Ilka Kurek, who holds a PhD in evolutionary biology and behavioral ecology. And Ilka is a researcher and director at the University of Xijin, and she joined the Athena Alliance team, where she coordinates joint research and educational activities. And since 2024, she has also served as the administrative coordinator of the Erasmus Mundus joint program called Eminent. Of course, please do.
Hello? Oh, okay, perfect. Okay, so I will stand up. That's easier for me to show you the poster. So thank you very much for the introduction. So yeah, we are also using this poster session to give you one example on how European University Alliances can facilitate the development of joint programs, hopefully with the European degree label at a later stage. So our example here shows the program Eminent, which is our Erasmus Mundus program that has been developed within the framework of our Alliance Athena. So we have 4 Athena partners that are participating in this Mundus plus 1 external partner. And the program was launched in 2023 and accredited following the European approach, and we are also awarding a joint degree. And basically what we want to show here on the left side with this tree is that the development of Eminent is strongly rooted in the strong collaboration and the enabling environment that we had within Athena already when we started to develop this program, which means there was a collaboration not only between the academics that are responsible for the curriculum, but also between the administrative offices like legal department, international offices, campus management. So these people already knew each other, and this really facilitated for us the development of things like joint examination regulations, joint student support services, creating a joint degree certificate. So I think the word trust is very important here. Like, since we had this trust, which builds the stem of our tree, this really made many processes more easy for us. And when I read about the criteria for the European degree label for the first time, I noticed that we already fulfill most of these criteria, as it has discussed before in this round several times. This is probably something we have in common with other joint programs, especially if they were accredited using the European approach. So in the middle column here, we are just showing you some examples on how we address these criteria in our program. For instance, I mean, this is now also a bit small, regarding joint governance. We have established 4 internal committees that all include members of each partner university. So we have a joint admission committee, we have a joint examination committee, we have a so-called Eminent Global Team, which is a committee of administrative staff, mainly from our international offices, who is responsible for things like joint student support services, but also dissemination of our program. And then we have the steering committee, which is the committee in the very top, which is the main decision-making body, and this consists of the 5 academic coordinators of the program, and below this little box, that's basically me, that's the administrative coordinator. So my role here is to be the interface between all these committees and trying to pull the strings together. And the purple committee is our external committee, the observatory panel. So this is constituted of members from industry or from other partner universities that give feedback on our program. So we do have the joint governance. We are also trying to involve students as much as possible. Honestly, I think this is something where we still could do more. So we do have 2 students representatives in our examination committee. We organize regular feedback rounds with our students at each partner site. And we are currently in the process of developing the eminent student and alumni club in order to create a strong network between our current and former students. The curriculum is multidisciplinary and flexible. This is what you can see at the lower part right here in our mobility scheme. So all the students start during the first year in the same 2 partner universities. So they are first in Greece, then they go to Germany, and then in the 3rd semester they get to choose one of 5 specialization tracks depending on their thematic interest. And here each partner offers one of these specialization tracks. So the group basically splits up in the 2nd year. And we have mandatory laboratory courses, especially during this 3rd semester, where students are strongly involved in ongoing research at our different partner sites. So I will not go into detail regarding the contents. It's an electrical engineering program, but basically we have robotics in there, we have IoT in there, we have biosensors in there, data processing and different kinds of things. So students get to choose really what they want to do. We also promote co-supervision, so during the 4th semester students get to choose again where they would like to conduct their master thesis, and recommend or try to realize that students have one supervisor of 2 different partner universities, or even one supervisor from a university and a second one from industry. So yeah, this is just an example on some aspects. As I said before, I think of course, in all programs, there's room for improvement. There are maybe some things we need to recheck and that we can improve, but generally I see that we already cover many of these criteria here. And within our alliance, we see Eminent, as this is our first joint degree program, as a blueprint for the development of more joint programs. I mean, we discussed it in our breakout session yesterday. The first one is always the most difficult one, I think, and now that we have one, I hope it will be more easy for the next ones that we have in the pipeline. And generally, I think since all our alliances, we all do have this trust and enabling environment. We all have established this. And so I think, or I'm quite hopeful that we can all contribute through this trusting environment that we all have, through clear guidelines, through the exchange between the alliances as we are doing it right here. We can all contribute to helping joint European programs to grow beyond the current status of being rather niche products into hopefully becoming more visible and recognized formats in the future that are also more recognized on the labor market and even beyond Europe. So, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ilke. So I will now welcome our next presenter, who's Dr. Mariana Mäkelä, principal lecturer at Agahilia University of Applied Sciences in Finland, and who's the co-chair of the Ulysseus Committee for Joint Programs. She has more than 30 years of experience in internationalization of education and has played a pioneering role in Finnish work-integrated higher education and in early European approach accreditations. So please take the floor, Mariana.
Okay, can you hear me? Thank you very much for the invitation and the introduction. So, as you can see, my poster, or our poster from Ulysseus, is very simple and straightforward. Maybe also interpreting things in a Finnish way, because also experiences were called for in the call for posters. So I wanted to bring in some words of encouragement for colleagues here, because I've been talking with many of you, and the commitment that we have engaged with in Ulysses seems to be, I don't know if it's exceptional, but at least to me as being part of it, seems quite ambitious. So we, Haaga-Helia, my institution, is coordinating the work package number 3 in Ulysses, which consists of, goes with the title Human Capital Development. And we have the commitment of co-creating 8 new joint master programs, 8 double masters and 8 double bachelors. And then after the joint programs, joint masters, there will be consecutive PhD pathways and co-tutels. So right now we are in the middle of the second funding period, and we, I don't know if you see in the red rounds there, the names of the programs that we have co-created so far. So my main message today would be to highlight some of the enabling factors that have been very helpful for us in the alliance and also in the consortia co-creating these programs. So if we start from the first round at the left, so take my paper. So smart cities, which was accredited with the European approach in 2023, was the first one. As I would like to align also with what Ilke just said, that the first one is the most challenging one. So it was created by our coordinator, University of Seville, and there has been a lot of support to all the alliance members ever since, with the documentation and all the experience that have been gathered and shared in the alliance. And the next one is the one that I'm coordinating myself, being the administrative coordinator, and it's on artificial intelligence for business transformation. And we just recently got the reconfirmation of the accreditation that was awarded last year by the Aquas agency. And also all the programs that have been accredited have undergone the process in different agencies, so that is also something that has been a very useful experience, so that we can really share and compare the processes. And then the next ones are coordinated by our partner in Austria, SMILE on sustainable biosciences, and then M4TEM on sustainable tourism. And those received the accreditation on last spring. And then there are 2 more in the pipeline coming up, one on digitalization by our Slovak partner, and another one on cultural heritage by our Italian university partner. So those are coming up shortly, and also entering the European approach process. And then we have 2 Erasmus Mundus joint programs that have been accredited with a national accreditation system in France. And then to the enablers. So I think that it's very important to build on the experiences of the other partners. So really sharing the process, also the obstacles and the tricky parts and the, how do I say, muddled waters in between that happen for all of us every now and then. So that is something that I really appreciate in our alliance. So it is possible to talk about things, and please keep on talking. It's already been said here that it's very important to keep on communicating. We have shared experiences on curriculum development, and also the tricky, how do I say, context of securing finances. Sorry, I have wrong glasses, so I don't see everything on my own paper, and not on the slide either. So yes, sharing experiences and providing feedback. So it's very important to talk about everything. So the second enabler has been the body which is called the Committee for Joint Programs in Ulysses, that I'm co-chairing with my colleague from Innsbruck. So it's really the core team that makes things happen, and it's kind of the turning point for all the exchanges, and we try to encourage partners and also engage them in the in the work that they conduct in their own institutions. And also we try to help with all the documentation that has been compiled for the European approach process. And trying to support and facilitate things that we would all go towards the European label criteria and fulfill them in the near future. And the third one is probably one of the most important ones, and it's finding the right people to the curriculum development groups and to the administrative groups. And here I would like to emphasize, well, which is my own experience, that, and shared by many colleagues, that it's not the position of the person that would be important to be assigned for a certain task, but it's the commitment, the motivation, and also the time management skills, because we are dealing with things that need to be done in a very tight timeline. And do I have some more minutes to go? Yeah. One more, okay. So my own time management, not the best. So there needs to be endorsement, and that's number 4. So that can be shown in many ways, but endorsement for the faculties and all people who are involved and from the management, because otherwise it's not going to be very easy. And as I already said, there is a tremendous support from the alliance structure if we really can make use of it and maintain an open communication environment. And we have created, just like Ilke said, groups for student administration, transfer of data, pedagogical development, language policy, and then the Committee for Joint Programs. And then there are innovation hubs that are connected to all these forthcoming programs. I already said or emphasized the communication and online co-creation and using all the tools possible to really make it possible for people to work asynchronously on tasks that are scheduled with a very tight time frame. And then resilience has been already mentioned here, so I'd also like to say that resilience also comes with a process. So if you trust your colleagues and you trust in the process, so you become more resilient, and it will be possible to make all this happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Mariana. This is impressive, lots of different programs from on the lines. So I will now welcome Neringa, that we've heard from this morning from the EU Can Access Alliance. And I will not say more. Okay. Microphone? Okay. This is a standing panel.
Good morning. Still morning in Spain. So I was presenting the compliance to the criteria of Joint Master of Marine Biotechnology that I'm honored to talk so much today because the content development, all the cooperation agreements between the teachers, it's the merit of my colleagues, not mine. I just helped to put all the agreements that they've made in the consortium agreement. Okay, that's my merit, but everything has started with the previous cooperation of several research groups, bottom-up initiative, very much supported by top-down support in making this program work and implement it. So I will not go through the partners, but we have 6 different countries during the process. Half of them did not recognize automatically European approach, so it was a challenge. We started the processes without knowing that we will finish them. The partners committed, even France and some others who did not have automatic recognition, committed to go for it because we wanted some agreements to work on top of our institutional, or breaking our institutional regulations, let's say. What I want to tell more today is one model that shows how this program contributes to pedagogical innovation, collaboration, innovation, transversal skills of the students, employability, cooperation with ecosystem, students, alumni, graduate tracking, and in majority part, response to the European dimension criteria. So the colleagues, academic colleagues of mine, came up with one model of, as they called, academic research integration, where they wanted to integrate all the theoretical path the students were following during the first semester, the first 2 semesters in the program, with research and with challenge, problem-based approaches, what is happening in ecosystem outside the university. Talking about this academic research integration, the program, I have to mention that the program has the first year mobility into different universities, and for the 3rd semester, the students are choosing the track. But the students are not going to the track leader university out of 6, but additionally they're choosing academic research integration project or research project, and physically they are moving to that laboratory that is coordinating that project. So physically at university, for example, Agricultural University of Athens, there are students from different study tracks, and they work on the same research project together. With this, we foster interdisciplinary approach very much. Students are studying 16 ECTS, which makes 3 additional courses in hybrid mode with their colleagues from the tracks. So when they are working on research project, they are working with their mates from different disciplines, but through hybrid classes of other courses, they are consulting with similar profile students on what they are doing in their own research projects and getting their inputs and bringing back. Yesterday we were talking a lot about inclusiveness and how joint program is isolated for those students. So with this, we also open up this possibility of different experiences, cultural backgrounds, educational backgrounds, and knowledge to the students of that hosting university, because on that research projects, it's not only joint master's programs students who are working, but also local university, home university students, let's say. I don't like home university joint program, but what to do? So this also expands beyond the joint program. Later on, the projects that they've been working on, they are presented to the society, to the stakeholders, because we organize every year Blue Innovation Days, changing the countries and bringing industry to these events, and the students are presenting what they've been doing together. Worth to mention that also research projects, they are developed with typically regional and international ecosystem partners. So again, those students immediately collaborate with the industry as well. And recently launched EU Connexus Alumni Network helps us to track how their careers are going on. From the other side, it's worth to mention that through this academic research integration, there is also collaboration between the researchers from different universities that contributes to more research visibility, more research results, and motivates the staff to be in this program. So with this, I will finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Neringa. Our next speaker is Christina Bocute from Kaunas University of Technology, representing the ECIU University, and she works on the ECIU's flexible learning pathways and support the implementation of the innovative, challenge-based and flexible transnational learning formats. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. So this is not my poster. Okay. So yes, so these 2 days we were talking about European degree label, and when we discuss this label, usually we say, we talk about joint degree programs. And Jan Mael yesterday also mentioned that we are not discussing anything else except joint degree program. Yet, we would like to bring a new perspective or a new approach about the joint degree programs and how we can put this European degree label into action without or beyond the joint degree programs. So we believe that there is another approach which could be used for having the European degree label, and which would also give students students a more freedom to choose their own learning pathways. So what we are representing is, the core idea is very simple. We have instead of creating one single fixed joint degree program, we let students to build their learning journeys across our university alliance. And we combine challenge-based learning modules with the micro-modules from different universities. And that's how we create personalized pathways while we ensure quality through mutual agreements. So if students earn credits at a partner university, we recognize these learning outcomes automatically, and that's how students get their credentials stored in their digital passes. So in order to tick the European degree label criteria, we also quite good at that. For example, for student-centered focus, the learners, they design their own paths, combining modules based on their interest and career goals, so reaching this quite high level of student agency. For the interdisciplinarity, also our challenge-based learning approach, it is naturally interdisciplinary, and students work in interdisciplinary multinational teams by solving real-world problems. For example, at our Kaunas University of Technology so far, the last challenge what the students were doing, they were discussing how to why do we fall for Froster's lies, and so on. So also, of course, we have a lot of sustainability challenges as well. For mobility and internationality, the learning opportunities we combine, and we can have all physical, virtual mobility, blended mobility. So it depends on the teachers' instructional design and how they do that. Also, of course, it's flexible because students choose from challenges and micro modules across all the alliances, yeah, it involves stakeholders as well. So going to from theory to the practice, so how do we do that at KTU? We have this flexible learning pathways integrated for 10 study programs, bachelor level and in master level as well. And we have minimum 18 ECTS credits allocated. Students can have more than 18 ECTS, but the minimum is that one. And for example, for bachelor level, students starts quite slowly. We start from the 3rd or 5th semester, depending on the study program, and they start with mini local challenge within a study module. In the first semester of very flexible learning pathway implementation. Later, in the second semester of the implementation, we go to the KTU challenge, and of course, along that way, we choose the micro modules which are suitable for them. And for the third semester, we choose only from the different alliance universities, the challenges from the different alliance universities. Similar process goes with master level. For master level, we start from the first semester of their studies and go through 3 semesters along. So for master level, we can choose whether we go we have this MA Plus program, which allows students to choose whether they want to deepen their field expertise, so we can go to the field expertise. And another one pathway is the interdisciplinarity, where we are introduced in this flexible learning pathways model. So we also go through local challenge, KTU challenge, and external ECU challenge over the semesters, along combining with the micro modules. So in general, what we want to say that sometimes traditional joint programs will lack flexibility for diverse students' needs, and the flexible learning pathways, we can provide that framework without being rigid, and the European degree label could encompass diverse models beyond the joint programs. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cristina. So next we will hear from Dr. Javier Avila, Director of the European Alliance Strategy at the University of Cordoba. He holds a PhD in English as a foreign language and also a senior lecturer in language acquisition and bilingual education, and is an educational advisor in international projects and contributes to teacher training in Spain.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for my panel colleagues. I need to be standing because they are taking a picture for our PR group. That's the reason. I'm sitting here. I don't know if we are now following with the food allegory, if we are more on a big sandwich or a deconstructor, lasagna, probably. And I'm here to introduce you to Invest and what we've been doing in the last number of years. I need to have a very short diachronic view on this, just to explain how we got into what we're presenting to the European degree and to the label as well, and how we have been doing. The challenges in these days have been probably the same as we have been sharing everybody here. Let me start. I didn't understand very well the structure of the posters, so I tried to have a general picture, and then it is going to be impossible here. It would be I'm going to be available at lunchtime for this, but this Invest is what you can see in the map with 7 partners working together on the first phase. This is the diachronic view. We weren't able to. We were not on that phase. We got in 23, but our partners didn't manage to get the masters and the bachelor degrees that they intended to in the original call. So the compromise solution was very interesting, by the way. They came out with 7 specializations, that each one in each different country, so students could go for a specialization in every single country. Those specializations have been kept in this second phase, and now some of them have also been integrated into the new degrees. So that's what we call from mobility rich. That was on the first phase. We were focusing on having mobility that was implying the 7 partners, and now we have designed the degrees conjointly. And then I'm not very good at drawing diagrams, so I asked someone to create the diagram there. And it was an engineer, so it's a very ugly one. So I realized later that, so I tried to do it with the IA, but then it would look like a game racer. So I stick to the engineer one, And, well, basically, I'm open for discussion on this, but the diagram intended to communicate that the different stakeholders and the different participants in the whole process are involved. We were only told by project officer, hey, you don't have the students in the Rector's Assembly. Well, they are now sitting in the Rector's Assembly. So instead of the general structure, I took the structure of just a bachelor degree, where the decisions are taken first at the alliance with the Rector's Assembly, the steering committee, and then the academic board that is providing 2 people from the academic board into the academic board of the bachelor degrees. And then here it opens into different elements. So it's including students, it's including the stakeholders, it's including the local coordinator for the different places. We only have a distinction, that is the voting rights in the committee for the issue providers versus the mobility partners that are participating. And so from what I've been listening to this today, I think we are on the right path. It was very crazy how the way we got into the alliance and the way we had to face the assignment of getting in charge of all the degrees. But finally, we have 3 ones ready for accreditation now, and 6 masters that are being connected into the invest landscape. And it's particularly interesting, for me at least, when we get to the 3rd point. This is designing learning around learners. Apart from the challenge and the research based approaches that are behind the whole pedagogy, there are a number of things that we can get through that I think are interesting. I don't know if everybody's using them, but then I cannot read properly. Let me get my glasses. Sorry about this. So now I cannot see you. So, well, let me start. The micro-credentials are inserted, they're imbricated in the whole process. So we have developed a number of micro-credentials, and some of them are serving the master's degrees, some of them are serving the bachelor degrees, and then they are also staying on their own. Some of these micro-credentials will be also taught into the living labs. The living labs is a very, very important constituent part of the whole process in MBES, because it's developing the territory, the sustainable development of the territory. So the living labs are part of the bachelor degrees, the masters, and the PhD. So these are the places where the students, the academics, the researchers are gathering the data and helping the stakeholders, the companies, and the territory to improve the situation that they have in the rural areas, right? So we also have an entrepreneurship program that is imbricated also in the living labs and in the degrees. And now let me go to the 4th part. But we've been talking so much about quality assurance that I think we can forget about this part. Yes, because Maricel is running out of time, that is coming after me. Just for respect to that. But it's just applying a basic research procedure to quality assurance, where you are reviewing all the time what you're doing. Common sense, from what I understand. It is interesting, yes, the final point, that is what we call seamless mobility. Not only us, but many people in Europe is calling that. We are supporting the students to have at least 1 year mobility. We are, yes, managing this structure in the different degrees. At least 1 term is mandatory, but then the students sometimes, according to the profiles and according to inclusiveness and the necessities of the population, sometimes they can choose 1 track that is higher mobility, or they can choose a more home track, having at least 1 term abroad. And that's something that we are particularly happy about, the way it is working. We are piloting in 26. We are piloting, the first one is starting fall 26, and then the 3 first ones are going to be credited, hopefully, we keep fingers crossed, and fully working, giving way to the masters. There are 6 in the pipeline to be continuing with the project. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Our seventh presenter is Professor Antonella Forlino, full professor of biochemistry at the University of Pavia, and she coordinates the EC2U Joint Master Task Force.
Okay, so here I am. Just briefly, we in our alliance we already have accredited 3 joint master. This happened at the really beginning of the program, meaning that well, in 2019, a brief personal introduction, I was nominated prorector for internationalization, and the first thing that I had to decide was, do we want to reapply for the project of the European Alliance that was not granted in the first round? I didn't know what the European Alliance were and what joint program really means. So, well, I spent a couple of months trying to dig all the documents, and then I realized, wow, yes, we have to. So, but then what I did not realize was that when I started to read what was proposed and rejected, so we have to rearrange, was that the center part, one of the center part of the alliance was to create 3 joint programs from scratch. So we have 3 work packages, one for each joint program, one in the Faculty of Medicine, Lifelong and Well-being and Healthy Aging, one in the Faculty of Language, European Languages, Culture and Society in Contact, and the third one in engineering area, Sustainable City and Communities. And what we wanted to do was to pilot different strategy to create a joint program. So in the first one, we had like a kind of Lego module, meaning that the student could choose to move in different semesters, building up their personal learning outcome. In the second one, there was a free chart selection, so the student can move to different universities, but they could choose within each university and each semester which course they want to follow. And the third one was a more structural one with students moving one semester for each semester, we are going to different universities. And we had to build up a way to find a kind of agreement among all the universities to be the accreditation process possible. Unfortunately, none of the countries were willing to use the European approach. So we went for national accreditation, which was a challenging experience. And I was so lucky to coordinate the master task force that was actually deeply involved in solving all the problems, putting together academic, administrative from different areas. So honestly, our joint program were designed before thinking about the European degree label or European degree. So what we did, and what I'd like to present today, is that overall, the joint program per se are basically the, well, not automatic, but very close to the criteria that were released later on for the European degree label, and hopefully soon the European degree. So I'm not going to move on all the criteria. We just label, and it was really useful exercise for ourselves. In green, the criteria that we satisfy. In orange, the criteria that we satisfy, like some percentage, and in red, the one that we don't. So definitely we have a minimum of 3 up to 5, and now hopefully up to 7 universities that in the reaccreditation will be involved in the master. Regarding the transnational joint degree delivery, unfortunately we are still stuck with multiple degree, meaning that we still have the issue to have a single diploma. The main obstacle were a few countries at that time, but now this issue in those countries, thanks to our work and the alliance work, are solved. So in the reaccreditation, we really hope, I don't know how, with amendment or something, to be able to accomplish these criteria as well. Regarding the involvement of the students, they are well involved in the alliance. We did not really involve directly during the creation of the program, something that we are doing for the next one. So, but they're really involved in feedback, and now we are creating the alumni group. So somehow, but it's not really a green light in my opinion. The green light is if we really involve students from the very beginning, something that we are doing now for the new master, but not for those one. And then another thing that we did not thought about was a graduate tracking system, which is, as you know, is very complicated. I mean, it's really easy to have tools, software whatsoever, survey to follow up where our graduate students are going, what they are doing, and but then it's always up to them to answer. So we definitely have now in pipeline a tool to accomplish these criteria, but personally, it's always a matter of student answers. So I don't know if really should be included as in the criteria. I know that we cannot change. We can bypass that. I'm not sure about the really output. And then the other couple of things that I want to mention, and I'm really proud because they really are kind of a good practice that really accomplish the criteria that have been released. Talking about labor market relevance, we started from the beginning to involve industry partner and hospitals, depending on the area of the master, in the building up of the program. So that actually was a good practice for us, and it was really useful because we wanted to create a master, not duplicating other things, and based on really what the labor market was asking. I know that we need to have academic freedom, but we live in our world, so we need to provide tools for our students to be employed. And then in terms of transnational campus access to services, what we already set up before the criteria was to create an app that was a friendly way for the students to be able to move, find the proper way to find the library, all the services, the cafeteria, but all the different services that they need in the different university. And last thing, even if not all partners university are accredited in the master, all of them offer mobility opportunities, so they can accept our student in Erasmus. And in this way, we could include all of them in our consortium agreement, making all the alliance partners involved in our study. Thank you.
Thank you. And last but not least, we will close with Meritxell Chavez, who's the SecGen for CharmEU that she has led since 2019, and who brings great experience in academic management, in quality assurance, in strategic planning, in international relations and accreditation.
So thank you very much for the selection of the poster and for having the opportunity. I expected to present by the poster, and I have a gadget here to stick in the poster. But don't worry, I am not going to stick it in the screen. Trying to say which parts needs more energy and which less, okay? Anyway, I can be talking about this for an hour or so. We are recruiting the 6th edition of the master. We started in 2021. The 4 first editions with 5 partners, now we are 9. So we went through European approach twice, challenging. The first one was not in Europe, the European approach in Spain was not possible, so we had to go to national one. But, sorry, I want to emphasize something that is not in the criteria, but is important, is the transformative meaning of the European degree, at least for us. So this master for us was a flagship of transformation that was meaningful for the students, but is also affecting at home to programs that are not even joined, okay? So, and this was used as a case to change two legislations, the Hungarian one and the Spanish one. So it also transformed at the national level. We have organized these criteria. We are preparing two more. We have accredited one already. And we have organized the criteria on how do you develop, when do you embed them in the work. I was tempted to start from the right side with the consortium agreement, as we have said how important it is, but I need to explain first the left side. Just to explain how this works, is a very innovative program, very creative, looking to Juan. We have these knowledge-creating teams that combine people from very different disciplines and all the countries that design the program and deliver the modules. The modules are not delivered by one university. So this makes it very transdisciplinary and intercultural from the beginning. And we have also a lot of contact with the employers. The challenges are provided by them during the master, but also we have an internship now in the new edition. And we have 30 CTS of a challenge that they prepare with the external stakeholders. And I don't know, will not go through all of it. The students can bring their own challenges to work in the classroom. So it's very student-centered in this way. And I want to emphasize the interculturality and mobility. The students they can access from any discipline, and we use an algorithm to distribute them in the partner universities, ensuring several disciplines and several areas of Europe. So the interculturality exposure is not only with the mobility, it's in the classroom from the minute one. And many of them, they don't start in their countries, okay? So we organize it like this. They have this, they are connected. It's a synchron program where the campus, the physical campus are connected by hybrid classrooms. So at 10, the lecturer is from Budapest, at 12 from Barcelona. So it's complex, but and challenging for everyone. And let me talk about the challenges of this part of designing and developing. There is a lot of need for help and support to the academic and the administrative staff. We use a lot of training because it's intercultural, transdisciplinary, technological enhanced. So we invest a lot, but we also have one educationalist by module helping the teachers to go through this, okay? So this is part of the intercultural and transdisciplinary journey. And also we have a strong focus on inclusivity. We have a joint office composed by people from all the partners. They do a need analysis from the beginning to all the students. We take out the word special needs because all of them have needs. And it's true that there is a problem with the cost of the mobility and to be really inclusive. Going to the second, or the right side, start the consortium agreement as soon as possible. We invest normally a lot of time in the academic side, but this takes a lot of time, okay? And this is, as we hear, it's crucial. It's crucial because put the expectations of how are we going to manage this, but also it's a quality assurance matter. You need to define how are you going to proceed before starting. So I think this is important. We have several joint structures that are formed by people from our partners that give a global support and a local support. So we have an administrative unit that do the enrollment, and everyone has a role there, but they are also giving support locally. The services are joined, the admission, the rules and regulations, and so on. As I said, diversity acts at a very continuously during the program. During the admission process, they are onboarded at the beginning, and whenever they need support on that, I think we are proud of this. You can see the parchment. This is the one with 5. I have not the one with 9 yet, and the 20 pages of the diploma supplement. That would be 30 something or 40 when we are 9. And to highlight some challenges, we needed specific rules and regulations. And because the master is completely different in everything. We have programmatic assessment that is not implemented in our home universities yet. We have a completely different admission process and so on. So this was something that required time, and I explained it yesterday in the workshop. The universities need to be generous and not try to say, my rules and regulations or my procedure is the good one and the one that we cannot miss. Just ensure that only respect the very red lines. All the other, take it out, because I think Alexander said it before. There are not so many reasons to keep the things like that, but it takes time, and also it's for example, for the professionals, the procedures are completely different. So they are used to work in a consolidated environment, and this is not. So this is an innovative thing, and they need to work on that. And the fragmented IDs. We are working very hard on interoperability to do it more seamless. And let me finish why we designed it like this. This was floating in the first call, some of these criteria. But we did like this because we think that, well, we don't think, we know now that this is meaningful for the students and for employers and for society. So the graduates were very impressed about the ability of the interculturality environment. They learned that even communicate in English is not that easy because of the cultural filters, but also the employers make it very valuable because interculturality is now at home, not for people that is going abroad. It's happening here. They are also impressed by this challenge-driven learning and what the skills that the student has, and to the readiness for this digital innovation. And the students also were amazed about having access to so many university resources, many resources in a wide sense, professors, infrastructures, and so on. So I think that I was explaining that in the information sessions, we tell them, this is not for everyone because it's challenging. You are not going to study traditionally and in a very different environment, but this is part of the game. So thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Marichel, and thank you to all of our poster presenters. We are running late, of course, very late. So what I will propose to all of you in the room is that we go on our lunch break, and at 1:15, so 1:15, you will all go to your breakout rooms, right? Like yesterday, so the students will be downstairs waiting below the lunch area. We'll be waiting to guide you towards your breakout rooms. Again, the number of your table that will be on the sign of the student is on the back of your little batch, right? And you will have the opportunity in that same lobby to roam the room and look at the posters. We have also 3 additional posters that are there in the room, beyond the 8 ones that you've heard of today. And so you'll have time to discuss with the poster presenters there, and to take closely more pictures, of course, because they're a bit far here. And all the posters will, of course, be available after our workshop on the FOREU4ALL website. So thank you again to all of our presenters, and have a good lunch break, everyone. Okay, everyone. We're going to resume now so that we don't finish later than expected and you have some time to go out, especially in this beautiful weather, right? So what I will do is that I will call the tables one by one and we'll hear from the tables the results, the key outputs, right, of their discussions, hoping that they're very concrete and can help us draft a very concrete checklist in this workshop's report. That's a very ambitious goal, isn't it? So I will call table 1, rapporteur, please.
So the table 1 was about co-creation and some guidelines for the consortium agreement aligned with the label criteria. And okay, talking about good practices or not. Closer? Thank you. Not only the document, but the process itself that helped us to get to the label. And okay. Some universities have told that, okay, there was misalignment because they were working in joint degrees, but not aligned with the European approach at the beginning, and now not aligned with the label itself, but the new criteria has to be taken into account in the future. So having templates, it's been commented to be a very useful tool to proceed. So it is important to find the most important and the mandatory parts of the consortium agreement, and we have mentioned that some parts that has to be there: admissions, finance, governance, mobility, resources. But also some partners has expressed the need to think some things ahead, even little details. So I don't know, for example, the curriculum composition in the resources part has to be more or less common. So you have to come to a common ground prior to develop the whole document. So that's where there are also some things that has commented, even, for example, IP rights, intellectual property rights. Something is neglected in most templates, but it's important thing to reflect in the consortium agreements too, and of course involve every part of the administrative parts, legal departments in the agreement of the structure of this document. It's important to shorten the terms, because it's a long process if everything has to be discussed from scratch. So it is important to have this compulsory thing in the consortium agreement and some political agreement from the upper level. More. From the... Okay, some alliances has internal labelization criteria too, and should be aligned with the criteria of the label, so it is very useful. In terms of... okay, it is important to have the rectors of the universities committed to the main sketches of the joint programs that are going to be there. So it is also a good tool to have like vice rector steering committees that support the decisions of the different tax level decision makers that are making progress, and so they have to be supported by the political part. There are some risks aligned to the change in some rectoral teams, okay? So this is also a thing to deal with, but the more engaged the institution is, the most robust it will be to these changes, okay? And we have discussed against, the legal entities. We have also discussed this. Not every alliance has a legal entity that supports its activity. some have. And the thing is that the legal entity, it's going to be a tool, not a solution for every single problem in the alliance. So it has to be very aligned with the political commitment of every single higher education institution. So that's where this could help. And more, there are some differences between country, because in this universities versus alliance leadership, in some alliances, it's more the universities that push forward to move some programs, and in other are the alliances. And we can see that there's not an homogeneous overview. So let's see what happened when the projects got more matured and maybe end. We'll see some difference in commitment in different universities there. And we will have also commented the best practices for the European approach accreditation, which agencies and that. And there, the national regulations, it's very, very important too, but it is important that the consortium agreement, when a joint degree is going to be planned, it reflects the commitment of the institutions to get the European approach as a way to deploy the joint degree. And I think it's almost all, if I haven't missed anything. Sorry? And sorry, I'm Javier Goicoechea from UNITA Alliance.
And now we will hear from table 2. You don't have to stand, you can, I mean, I'm nice.
Is it? Okay, now it's on. In table 2, where, by the way, great facilitation by Mara, we covered the criteria on joint arrangements for the joint program and quality assurance arrangements. In terms of the joint arrangements, we started with a discussion that jointness tends to be quite a complex term and word to understand. What do we exactly mean by joint? And the criterion says joint policies, procedures, and or arrangements. And one of the things we discussed at the table is that just policies on paper are not enough. We need to have actual implementation of procedures that demonstrate that the higher education institutions are working together. Another point that was discussed in our table is that the jointness shouldn't be an add-on or something secondary, but actually an active effort of the participating institutions on working together from start to end to delivering the program. And a way of looking at this is from the point of view of the customer experience, if we consider the students are the customers, so that they don't feel that the joint program is something attached to the existing programs of the universities. So as a way of validating or verifying this criterion, we consider that testimonials of students from the degree program on their study experience and also the level of services they have received across the universities could be a way of verifying that the criterion has been met. Similarly, we discussed about the importance of having not only the academic but also the administration side involved, and then we went into a discussion about exactly what does it mean by the governance and these different layers or hats that we often need to juggle, as having the governance of the alliance, the governance of the institutions, but in this case it's quite clear that it refers to the governance of the program itself that might not be filled in by the existing governance mechanisms at institutional or alliance level. Another point that we discuss about is on the second area of this criterion is related to the students' representation, because the criterion also says that students' representatives are part of the decision-making process. And we, again, we're analyzing what governance bodies are we talking about. In this case, specifically, does it relate, or we believe it needs to relate to the program. And we also discuss how challenging or difficult might be to get actual input or feedback from the students, particularly if we are designing a new program. We don't have any students yet. And whether having this information collected from some other sources, like research or asking our current students, and somehow extrapolate, this could be considered as well as an eligibility criterion or a way of fulfilling or meeting this criterion. Then on the other point we discussed about was A4, quality assurance arrangements. And we really look into detail at the sentence. It's quite long. But one thing that really stands out is that it refers to EU Quality Assurance Agency, not European Quality Assurance Agency, and what the implications could be for higher education institutions or consortia that have partner universities, for instance, in Switzerland or Norway, that are European and they are in the ECAR, but it's not EU. So what does this mean in those cases? But then again, looking at it is what it is, and it has been written there that it's EU. And for that reason, we consider that having tools, there was a mention also in the previous presentation about templates. And in this case, also understanding all the different combinations of agencies, where the agency is, which institutions are involved, would be quite useful. And there are different branches here as well, because there is a case of self-accrediting or self-evaluating institutions. How do they fit in this criterion, and how would they meet this, and under which circumstances? Should I continue, or was it? Yeah, well, all right, to give floor for the other speakers, Jose Camposano from Metropolia University of Applied Sciences, representing Eureka Alliance. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have the speakers from table 3, please? Thank you. Rapporteur.
Is it on? No. The green button, right? Is it on? Yeah, it's on. Yeah, hi, I'm Rob Craig. I'm based at the University of Gießen in Germany, and I'm the coordinator of curriculum development in the EU Peace Alliance. We were looking at 3 criteria in particular. We were looking at graduate tracking. We were looking at opportunities for learning beyond academia and employability. And we were also looking at student-centered learning. So thank you to Laura Collo, for the fantastic moderation of the session and the note-taking as well, which is very useful. So I'm just going to very briefly summarize the criteria before talking about a series of best practices for realizing those criteria. So first of all, graduate tracking A5. The joint program monitors graduates through a graduate tracking system or using data collected by the European Higher Education Sector Observatory. So I think we agreed that the most important thing in the first instance is being able to contact your alumni after they've graduated. So having an email address that actually works and isn't going to be switched off a few weeks after they graduate. So that's sort of clearly very important. The circulation of a comprehensive feedback survey, but a survey which is designed in such a way as to ensure a high percentage of returns is obviously very, very important. Also, collaboration with the labour market, with external labour market stakeholders. So in other words, asking companies which are employing graduates of the programme how well they feel the graduates have been prepared for the job market and for the work they're going into. And also indeed ask the graduates themselves how well they feel they've been prepared by the programmes. Also on the subject of graduate tracking, a good idea to organise alumni activities, social gatherings, alumni events, which might involve alumni from different programs. Then, of course, things like career evenings, career days, where former graduates come and offer their sort of successful career stories to current students. It's a good way of encouraging networking between alumni and current students. And also perhaps the organisation of upskilling activities for graduates, lifelong learning activities, micro-credentials, perhaps at a reduced or subsidised rate to encourage uptake. And we agreed always important to find ways of keeping in contact with the graduates. The second criterion was student-centered learning. Again, just to summarize, this is A6. The joint program is designed and continuously enhanced and delivered in a way that encourages students to take an active role in the learning process. Assessment of students reflects this approach. So what were the best practices we discussed? And again, this slightly relates to, I think, what Table 2 was discussing, that it's very, very important to include student representatives in all the bodies of the Alliance, and indeed at the involved universities, and not just in a window dressing function, but rather as meaningful representatives. Include students in the committee for the development of the programs, involving them in the development phase on all levels of development, curriculum development, the development of administrative arrangements for the program, and so on and so forth. Then personalized curricula, and we came up with a Lego metaphor, as it were, encouraging students to, if you like, construct their own study pathway, perhaps with a particular percentage of elective courses, and perhaps also with a particular percentage of work and challenge-based learning units. And also making sure, in order to ensure that learning is indeed student-centered, that surveys, that feedback surveys are circulated at the right moments. Perhaps, for example, when students have to sign up for a particularly mandatory obligatory module, then you incorporate the student survey in the sign-up process. Not maybe as something that the students have to fill in, but rather it's a good way of, if you like, catching the students when they're likely to be signing up in large numbers for something in order to get a relatively high return rate for your feedback module. And of course, we all know the challenges of encouraging students to actually fill in feedback surveys. It's incredibly difficult, as we all know. Then the third criterion we discussed was labor market embeddedness. That's not literally what it's called, but yeah, opportunities for learning beyond academia and employability, B2. And the criterion states that the program's arrangements foresee opportunities to broaden the learning experience of students beyond the academic context, tailored to the nature and circumstances of the joint program, including labor market requirements, incorporating intersectoral components or activities, and development of transferable skills. Perhaps most obviously, we discussed the offer of internships and other job market-oriented voluntary activities, possibility of having an internship abroad within the program, perhaps combining it too with a thesis project, or incorporating the internship into some other module in the course of the master's program. Courses in the course of the program to encourage the development of transversal skills, micro-credentials, obviously, lifelong learning opportunities, perhaps incorporating those also into blended intensive programs, and yeah, including perhaps with some mandatory courses or a certain number of courses that students have to complete with a transversal focus. Challenge-based learning, obviously, perhaps involving external stakeholders from industry, with local companies or relevant companies providing the challenges, and students from different disciplinary backgrounds working together in teams that sort of, if you like, mimic or foresee their future work. Then master's thesis, involve external stakeholders in the commission. Sorry, I'll be very quick. Involve external stakeholders in the designing of the program from a very early stage, and also have the involvement of external stakeholders in the mission statement for the program. We also briefly discussed PhD level. I'll get the PhD stuff done very, very quickly, unlike a real PhD. But obviously apply research to industry needs, Cochitels, obviously, and also provide transversal and interdisciplinary components as part of training during the PhD. So not just focused on academia or science, but also focused on the world beyond academia, so that PhD students are best, as well equipped as they can be for a diversified and diverse job market. Sorry, that was, okay. Thank you.
Right, so if you see me scratching the wood, it means that I'm nervous on time. Okay, so can we have the rapporteur from table 4 now? Sorry.
7 minutes. 7 minutes, okay.
Okay, so I'll try to be quick. My name is Filip Idzikowski from PUT, Poland, working for UNIS. We worked on A7 and A8, that is transnational campus access to services, and flexible and embedded student mobility. Regarding A7, we, let's say, defined it pretty clearly, that is, students and potentially also lecturers and employees of universities should have access to services from all partner universities. What is it? It's like we mentioned gym, we mentioned library, we mentioned study rooms, but we mentioned also services like email access or storage space and so on and so forth. So regarding the services that are electronic, we try to focus on one account for all partners, while access to libraries, gym, and so on is, let's say, more difficult. And the main point for our checklist is that it should be fit on purpose. So we should not, let's say, overkill universities with overhead that maybe at the worst case, all the students will come to a single partner and use the gym, so we have to build a huge gym. So that's not the case. So the checklist should be how many resources are devoted versus types of mobility versus the fact that, at least at the moment, it's still a niche program that we are talking about. So one type of solutions that we proposed was to also prepare tutorials, guidelines, or videos in order to reduce the overhead on people who support students, still keeping into account that there should be some support staff, at least one person, in case of emergencies, in case of non-standard events that students can go and talk to. So this would be A7. A8, flexible and embedded student mobility. Our discussion mainly related to the definitions. So the fact that a student should travel, and the fact that it does not have to be a continuous mobility of 6 months, it can be divided into several parts. It's not a question, it's, let's say, given by definition. But the question is, what happens if there are unexpected events, and how do we define some cases where people cannot travel? And let's say, one of the strong points of our discussion was that we should define the word unable to travel potentially with many travel cases, with many cases, and we should allow alternatives for mobility only when every alternative avenue has been exhausted. So the students should show that there is no other way. And the other point is that some courses cannot be really done in a virtual way. So we need to find alternatives in order to strike the balance with inclusiveness versus accessibility. So there is work to be done. It's challenging. I was supposed to mention France, but I can't remember why. So if there are any additions that you would like to add, please go ahead. We didn't manage to tackle 8 while we ran out of time.
Well, we mentioned briefly France because for those who have engineering French partners in the engineering degrees, they have mandatory mobility. And so they already have a checklist and they have mechanisms in place in order to maximize making mobility, real mobility truly available. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel, so to speak. Well, pandemic. So why the discussion also came all about the second paragraph, but yeah, I think we have to close.
It's just that afterwards, you know, you will not see Venice and it will be my fault. So thank you very much, Philip. And please, for table 5.
Thank you. I'm Wim Schenen from Radboud University, representing Neurotech EU. And table 5, we worked on components B1 and B4. And thanks to Dorothee for moderating this very active group. There was a lot of lively discussions, and basically the discussions were a lot about the definitions. So I will briefly read what both criteria mean. So B1 is interdisciplinarity and research-based learning. Joint programs arrangements should include embedded interdisciplinarity and/or research-based learning components tailored to the nature and circumstances of the joint program. So that's quite a lot, and it's not mutually exclusive. So what we basically did is first looked at the big overall pictures. What do we mean by interdisciplinarity? What do we mean by research-based learning? And interdisciplinarity, the definition by itself, there was actually some discussion. Is it interdisciplinary? Can you use multidisciplinary, transdisciplinary? What others did we have here? Or intradisciplinary, but in the end, interdisciplinary is the best one, because in that is embedded that it needs to create something new. And this was, in the end, in the discussions for us, very important, that it should come to something new, to some new type of teaching. So I'm talking here about the curriculum. So it should integrate multiple disciplines. That can be that you have multiple courses that the students have to follow. Of course, students from different backgrounds in themselves help, but then you have to bring them together in an interdisciplinary approach so that they work on a problem from multiple disciplines, and then they can bring in each discipline their own specialty, but also learn from the other specialties from the other students. So that was very important for us. So we want to really foster the exchange project work in this respect if you create a curriculum. And what is absolutely necessary is that you couple your intended learning outcomes. You can very nicely write there that you are interdisciplinary, but you also have to prove it, and that you can do in a detailed curriculum description. So we also looked at where can you place your evidence, and for the reviewers you have to indicate where the evidence is, because if you go to a detailed curriculum description, that can be a long document, and we don't want to do that to the reviewers that have to read a lot. A similar line of discussion we had about the embedded research-based learning components. Again, indicators, we were discussing, but we are all higher education institutes. We use mainly academics for the teaching. Is involvement of academics in itself not enough? We were inconclusive about that, so we continued our discussion what then would be sufficient. And there we came again to the creation of new information, new knowledge, but now not from the curriculum side, but from the student side. So the student, if you can demonstrate that the students in the end have created new knowledge, then that is a basis for research, because research can be very broad. It can be practical research, it can be theoretical research, it can be data analysis research, literature reviews, you name it. So, but in the end, it all creates new knowledge, and that is then what the student creates here. Depending on the level, it can also be that you already embed in your program exposure to research or to research methodology. For example, in early bachelor stages, you can do that. And then as you go through bachelor and master, you can become more specialized. And in PhD programs, then you can expect students to know these principles and to be actively working with them. So for evidence, we can look at whether a program has a thesis or a research internship. Again, how is it stated in the intended learning outcomes? And again, how then can we refer back to it in the syllabi and in the curriculum descriptions? Then we moved on to B4, values. That was the most discussed one already in previous days. It's a very long description. I'll try to read it without stumbling over the words. The joint program arrangements adhere to the values of the European higher education area, and then between brackets are mentioned academic freedom, academic integrity, institutional autonomy, student and staff participation in higher education governance, public responsibility for higher education and public responsibility of higher education, and include a commitment to promote common European values and demonstrate democratic citizenship. In the last sentence, that made it active for us, but to promote values. So that's what we have to do, because we can say we have the Alliance mission statement, we have the institutional mission stations, we have the participation in the European University, we can have the Magna Charta, we can have participation in European research charters, but very easily we can take that for granted. And this, in a changing world, that was actually the vibe of the discussion we had. We have to actively promote it to the students, integrate it in a dialogue with the students, integrate where possible also in the curriculum, that you discuss values, discuss ethics about what is being done when you create new technology, when you create new knowledge. Is it always ethical to apply that knowledge? These kind of things in general terms, foster academic or critical thinking, which is what we do as academics, but also towards the European values. And in doing so, you expose, during the curriculum, also the learners to the European values in the progress. As indicators, again, we were a bit dreamers here, so it was also a bit like, what do we like in the curriculum? But if you critically read it, a lot of this you can actually state in the governance structure of your program, but then we just wanted to go just beyond that. A very brief summary.
Thank you very much. The rapporteur from table 6.
Today I come with a much smaller paper. Our table were discussing about mostly multilingualism and inclusivity. Actually, with multilingualism, we were actually very quick because we agreed very rapidly on how we saw things, and actually we thought that there would be no problem normally in reaching the minimum requirements for joint programs when it comes to multilingualism, because we agreed that normally our joint degrees, joint programs go even beyond the minimum requirements of multilingualism, and we were saying that it was vital to feel that the European degree label embrace the support for multilingualism and even push us to expose the students beyond what it is pushing us now. We said that a good practice that some of us were doing was to give the possibility to interact with different languages. For example, if a student is not comfortable enough to submit an exercise or an exam in a specific language, they can submit the exam in English, for example, but take the materials and the courses in French, for example, or in whatever language. So give this interactivity to be able to expose students in a different ways that not only formal courses. This could be an imaginative, creative way of embracing multilingualism in this case. About the inclusiveness that we were discussing more deeply, we thought that a minimum baseline is required when writing an agreement, a consortium, about what the student can expect of inclusivity in this case, right? It is clear that there will be difference between partners because not all partners will be able to offer the same experience in terms of inclusivity, but a minimum threshold has to be met, and this has to be clearly and transparently informed to the students. And of course, it has to be clearly defined, defined enough, because it's difficult to define what inclusivity includes, because it's so diverse. It can be like social, physical, economical, many regards. But it has to be clearly enough defined to meet certain standards, because as you know, there can be partners from outside Europe that maybe has not the same idea as we do about inclusivity and what does it mean. So it has to be enoughly well defined in the agreement, in the consortium, what we are going to offer about inclusivity. This also includes staff. It's not only inclusivity of students, it's inclusivity in terms of our staff, the staff involved in the project. This, of course, includes funding and budgeting commitments, because without this, we cannot meet the standards that we need to meet in terms of inclusivity, of course. And about mobility, we had a different approach of what has been said here before, because me, for example, I come from a background of an alliance, which is OpenEU, that it's mainly built on digital universities. And for us, the virtuality is a way to attract different profiles of students that maybe can't find their place in, let's say, a physical model of university. So this virtual mobility can also help to include different profiles that now are excluded from this kind of programs and this kind of experience, right? And the other way, physical universities also has to have the alternative of virtuality and meeting certain standards of quality in virtual model to offer this alternative to students. So I think if my colleagues don't want to add more on that, I think that's it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Rapporteur from table 7.
Hi, Isabelle de Pre from Thomas More University of Applied Sciences, partner in Heroes Alliance. We focused on table 7 on digitalization and environmental sustainability. I know you're all practicing your digital skills now at this moment to check out where the best gelateria is afterwards. But when we read the guidelines, we saw a bit of it's not the description of the criterion is different than what is in how you can show that you met the criterion. So we focused really on the digital skills of our students and tailor to the program. And for us, you can define it in the learning outcomes and show in what specific courses you're working on those digital skills, what are the specific digital skills for your program. It's not because you are a technology program that the students have better digital skills than in a humanities program. So really define where you do it and also how you assess it and if you're using some kind of framework on the integration in the curriculum. On the next topic, environmental sustainability, it's the same if it goes about the skills and the competence of the students. You can show in what intended learning outcomes they are, how you put it in the specific courses, how you assess it. When it comes to the policy and the measures you take for the program, try to find a way to put out what is in the policies of your institution, maybe in the alliance, but focus on the specific measures that you take in place for the program, the carbon footprint for activities and so on. There was a bit of a discussion, do you have to use an existing framework or do you do it in another way? So I think it's up to the programs how to show that they work on the sustainability of the program. Do you put both elements in the cooperation agreement? We think it's wise to do it upfront in the cooperation agreement so that there are no discussions afterwards. But yeah, if you're doing it on the way, it's also a possibility.
Thank you. And last but not least, table 8.
So, Mathis from Université Savoie-Mont-Blanc in Chambéry for the Unity Alliance. I'll try to be brief so that Mara doesn't harm the furniture too much. So, as a result of our discussion on good practices on consortium agreements, I'll try to summarize the key elements that we thought should be included in the consortium agreements. So first, we discussed whether we should include the head of the alliance or its governance structure in the consortium and the coordinator of the alliance. We thought that since the coordinator isn't involved in the program, is not a part of the program, the consortium agreement should mainly involve the governance of the alliance. Also, the coordinator wouldn't have any contractual gains nor obligations towards such a contract. Another reason why we thought that the coordination shouldn't be involved in a consortium agreement is that he's not a participant of the process, and we would rather include the governance of the alliance, meaning that we would rather make use of the whole alliance's body rather than a single person. However, we think that by including governance of the program too, yes, sorry, this is another point. So by including the alliance governance, we should also include the program governance because both of these governance have a role in the process of approval of the original joint program. However, including these people means that we need to define their composition, the roles of each person, and their responsibilities. On another point, sorry, we discussed that the consortium agreement should also include all partner institutions that are contributing, even if they are not directly awarding. The consortium agreement should, we discussed whether it should include or rather exclude all matters of rules and regulations practices, which we thought it should, but only those that apply to it, and it should detail how they should be included too, but rather in the annex, and I'll have the occasion to talk about that more after. On another matter, we talked about how to include the examination methods and provisions because we thought it was important into the consortium agreements. First, we thought that it needed a structure by first mentioning the subject of these provisions and then having proposals about the wording so that every member of this process can agree upon it, because this is really a matter where there is a need for an agreement, and that's all for these points. We also discussed about general financial provision, which we thought we should not just mention the fees, but rather the whole financial provision, so that the consortium mentions the different ways that we can provide those fees and not just the numbers, including the calculations or similar informations with some other details such as who is in charge of these processes. We also discussed about including the admission requirements and their target groups and the enrollment details in general into the consortium agreement. We thought that the consortium should include the structure of the program, who provides which elements, and having a scheme of the mobility in different chapters so that it's very clear when we read the consortium. And also some other mentions, such as the intellectual property, every services that will be provided to the students, Other mentions, such as the format in general, or every modalities for the signature, whether it's electronic signature, whether it's manual, even if it has legislative complications, but sometimes you have to comply to certain legislations. So all that. For an improved level of details, we mentioned that the consortium agreements should also mention general functioning of the administration in general and its management. And finally, we talked about the annexes. We discussed about whether there should be annexes or not, because as the consortium agreement is a document which is mostly made, well, it is an agreement and it's a document made so that people can agree upon it. It should not include in its main parts points that have not been agreed by every partners. So we thought that the annexes are purely made for non-binding points and points that may be up to discussion, which does not make, because it does not make sense to have ones in a document where we want everyone to agree on. For example, in an annex, you could have the student guidelines, but also all the examinations details, every possibilities for appeal if there are, and the regulations as we talked earlier. And I'll let my colleague, if I forgot something, add, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm very happy and proud to say that although we started with a French delay, we finished with a French advance. So this is a very big win today. Thank you very much to all the rapporteurs from all the sessions and to all of you, of course, who contributed in all of the sessions. Of course, the goal for us is to compile everything that you've worked on with the notes also from the people that were in the sessions, and to create some sort of self-assessment checklist or a compilation of good practices that will be in the report. To those that were wondering, we will share all of the notes from the sessions, but also all of the PowerPoint presentations that were shared in these 2 days with the rest of you in the report of the workshop. Just give us a little rest and a little time to work on it. And if there are urgent matters, of course, you can reach out to us. So now we will move to the closing of the day and of the workshop. And what we will start by doing is revisiting the questions that we have collected from all of you yesterday. So there were lots and lots of questions, some of which very surprising, one of them being coffee. We couldn't answer to that one straight away. I hope we have answered to that question in the meantime. But we selected those that we are able to answer, or at least we want to try to answer. And what I will do now is that I will read to you the question, and the speaker who came forward and who proposed to answer the question will do so as they can, of course. And of course, the rest of the questions will be listed in the report as well and shared with PPMI so that they know that we have those questions pending. So the first question is on the timeline, and is what's the implementation timeline once the European degree label is launched by the Commission in mid-2026? How will the work continue? When and how will agencies be able to actually award the label? And the answer will be provided by Marichel.
That I am not Jamal, as you see, but I asked him the question yesterday. So once they are prepared in May, June, the idea is that everything is in place to start asking or requesting the label, and the agencies will have the procedure. So this is what he said.
Thank you, Marichel. The next question was on there are several questions on this. The first section is on the added value, right, of the label. And the first question will be answered by Alexandra Dersuchner from ECHAR, and is what is the added value in the European degree label, considering as opposed to the European approach, I guess is the question.
Yeah, sure, thank you. And I guess that was finally the French pronunciation of my surname. I was wondering how you would manage that. It's difficult in many other languages, not even only in French. Here, I guess I can only go back what I was saying yesterday, that I really think that even though, and today actually, even though procedurally we might merge things, there is a very clear difference in substance. This is something that is a personal opinion, but I would argue that not all the European degree criteria are quality criteria. They aim at different things. For example, for me, multilingualism is definitely not a quality criteria, at least not how in the quality assurance world we conceive of quality criteria, right? You can, or interdisciplinarity, you can have a monodisciplinary program that is of high quality, right? So already there it's very clear. Even when we talk about things that are arguably or at least very close to quality criteria, such as, let's say, joint access to services or joint arrangements, things like that, it is perfectly legitimate for the European degree label, as any other label, to set the bar higher than what are the quality standards that are used in accreditation. So that's another way where these two things are separate. What will be important, just to go again to repeat something already said, is that we are very clear about it in the document. So my hope is that really the operational guidelines will distinguish this very clearly and sharply and say, okay, these are the quality criteria, these will be checked through the accreditation, through the European approach. That's one thing, we get that out of the way. But now let's see how we will actually verify the rest of the European degree label criteria.
Thank you, Alexander. The next question is, what are the benefits of obtaining the label with regard to national legal barriers that existing joint programs face?
This is where I check the document. And this was with regard to the... as I said this morning, I think that we are seeing a snowball thing since we started with the European universities. I think Juan mentioned that yesterday. I am following the number of programs registered through European approach in ECAR. This was signed in 2015, the European approach. Until 2019, I think there were 15 programs, 10 programs, 2024, 40, and now we are in 80, 90. So this is exponential. And also several countries are moving towards it. So I think this is the effect and the benefit that we'll have.
And Dorothée will complement. Dorothée Groger, sorry, from Uniwell.
Little to add to that. Maybe just to give some example of the indirect effect it has in participating in the label or in the European approach in general. We had two examples, for example, for countries which are not accepting the European degree, the European approach at the moment. Sweden, for example, we had the feedback that there's positive discussions on joining and accepting the European approach, just as this, what we discussed before, the fear of missing out maybe. So participation in those projects would help those legislations maybe to review their criteria and remove barriers. And also on institutional level, if you have institutional barriers, that there's also a push for your institutions to lift barriers and burdens for each institution and each program to participate in the European approach and or the label in the end. So indirect effects, which we've already heard, and of some examples from the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothée. This is a name I like to say in French because my mother was named like this. The next question is how to stimulate colleagues to go ahead. What is the added value? And it will be answered by Andrea Prose.
I was not prepared for that question. Could you please prepare? I have number 10, the last one. Okay, sorry. Can I read it?
We had very little time to prepare this, as you can see.
no. Okay, how to stimulate colleagues? Well, I don't have a perfect answer, but as I mentioned yesterday in the session, we benefit from really taking academic as well as professional staff along much, much more. We have a good way, can still improve, on increasing student participation, but seldomly have we mentioned the academics, and they are in the end drivers of the universities, drivers when it comes to even things like legislation in our countries. So how do we get our universities on board more is also a key to that is also including more academic and professional staff.
Thank you, Andrea. The next question is on multilingualism and will be answered by Mario Calabrese from Epicure. And it's, what's the added value in a global world with English as the common language?
Okay, I don't have an answer, but so I have some thoughts and consideration that I can share with you. Referring to my previous experience in the FOREU4ALL project that was mentioned this morning, I have seen the evolution of this set of criteria. In the first version, the level of expectation were very ambitious. So it was said students should be exposed to at least 2 official EU languages in addition to the language of instruction. And now it's more realistic, because when we tested programs, we saw that this subset of criteria was clearly not the most met one. So now I agree with this more realistic formulation of this subset of criteria. Then my consideration is that we have to distinguish between if we are considering English as a language of instruction or language as a lingua franca. In the first case, as my point of view, educational developer, but my educational point of view is that if a student in physics or economics or whatever studies in English, this is clearly a strength for his curriculum, for his resume, especially if the students want to integrate international, want to have a mobility in his career, or is willing to aim a career in research. So it's clearly a strength. But another general conclusion that we made in the FOSAI project is that a specific program could earn this label if it is shown that there is an European dimension of this program. And in this case, the European dimension is that all our languages have the same level of dignity. So German as well as Estonian. This is, for me, the sense of this global reflection on multilingualism. So, at the same time, multilingualism as richness of Europe, and on the other side, multilingualism as strength, so as opportunity for the student. But in this case, I'm referring to English as a language of instruction. I don't know if it's okay?
Thank you. Thank you. The subsequent question on multilingualism is, what are exemptions for non-EU partners? Could non-EU official languages also count towards multilingualism? And so for this, we've asked Jan Mael, and the answer is no.
In this case, I have the answer is no. But it's something that we analyze in our project. For example, what about these partners which are part of the European higher education area, but not in the European Union, like Norway, for example? Yeah, the answer is no.
Thank you. We will now tackle the questions on inclusion. There were lots of questions on this, so we had to choose. I'm sorry. The first one will be answered by Romita, and is, how will the European degree label benefit the majority of European students who cannot afford to pursue specific joint degrees?
Yeah, that's a question marked by multiple answers. Do you remember that yesterday we have proposed different concept for defining a reality which is quite new? It's accessibility, it's giving access to the students to education, to higher education, to European degree, but in the same time European degree label or program should give the students the possibility to maximize their success during the academic studies. This is why we need to just to fine-tune the construction, the scenarios for learning, learning arrangements, learning journey for the students, giving access to education not only socially, that's so important for our students, but in the same time coming from the perspective of learning access to the highest, to the best learning possible through European degree level. This is a way to make a combined answer to this very complex question.
Juan will complement.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. Well, thank you, Romita, for those really interesting reflections. Since we are almost finishing the event, I want to make a book recommendation. It's called Mission Economy by Mariana Mazzucato, a British-Italian economist. And she reflects on how some of the greatest innovations of the 20th century, such as going to the moon, have led to spillover effects that have produced, for instance, the GPS, the internet, like the touchable screens we have nowadays. So I tried to express it yesterday, but I think the logic is actually very similar. When we are bold enough to create spaces like sandboxes to innovate, break the mold, try out different approaches in education, if we have the right accountability mechanisms, and the great thing is that alliances are perfect for that, we can make sure that those programs deliver for everybody. And to me, that's the key of the inclusion dimension. The key is not only developing the programs, is that within our alliances, we create the accountability mechanisms involving students, staff, society. So for instance, every year we can go and say, hey, what have you tested that we can also use to improve the way we do education in general, the way we share services, the way we share knowledge. And I think this will be the key to ensure that the European degree first becomes transformative already as a label, but then when it hopefully becomes a real degree, can allow for the creation of more and more programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Juan. The upcoming question is for Alexander again, and is what about practical solutions to include partners in joint degrees, partners whose legislation is not very European approach friendly?
Yeah, that's the tricky one. You know, in this list of questions, there is one question that there are names ascribed to it, and then there's one question for which there's just answer is no. And I have to say, this is another question for which it's a little bit like that. You know, if it's not possible, the question is, what can you do? I mean, in terms of joint accreditation, actually nothing. You're forced, obviously, to default to these multiple accreditation procedures. Now, I'm really not in a position, therefore, to give some practical advice. Probably those who had the very unfortunate experience of going through something like that would be better positioned to give a practical advice. What I can say might be pragmatic to do is at least coordinate between different accreditation bodies that then would need to accredit the program. Simply put, if you have a partner which comes from a country that does not accept a European approach, then this country's agency would need to accredit the program separately for your consortium partner, right? So the least you could do is at least have a kind of an open communication channel and make sure that even if these are multiple procedures, that they're somehow aligned. And finally, I mean, this is not a practical solution or workaround, but you should not consider this as a fixed thing. We have actually heard just 5 minutes ago about some positive examples of countries revising their legislation. So this is absolutely possible. We will actually be working with governmental representatives in the next year or so on facilitating the transition towards accepting a European approach, and we aim to support the governments in doing so, and you can contribute to that discussion by being in an open communication with your ministries, with your governments, because this is not something that is impossible to do, or it is a very feasible thing, and we can do it if we are in open communication with each other.
Thank you, Alexander. You can keep the microphone because upcoming question is for you too. We are making you work here. So the upcoming question is, does each country need to implement it, or can alliances go to agencies who are able to award the label faster than others, even if they're not associated with the country where the agency is located?
This is an interesting question because I think it points to to many things that then need to be clarified. Now, in the first part of the question, what would it mean if a country does not accept it? What is it? The European degree label methodology? Well, I mean, it is difficult for me to imagine. I mean, there are cases, but in principle, it would be very unusual that the government could forbid the agency to do the evaluation. I mean, agencies do different types of consultancies and things like that. I mean, maybe in some cases of public agencies, but it is a bit of a stretch. But I guess what the more important background of this question is if the country does not accept the outcomes of it. But this is where we get into one of the persons earlier from Slovenia, Ksenia, she left, unfortunately, mentioned this difference between the label and the qualification. And in terms of let's say, the evaluation methodology and the criteria that we have been discussing here, it doesn't make a lot of difference, because whether it's just a label or if it's a qualification needs to be evaluated in the same way. But in terms of the outcomes and the consequences of that, it makes a big difference. What I'm trying to say is, label is a very legally non-invasive thing. There are many different labels. They are mainly unregulated in government, from the side of the governments, I mean. So what I'm trying to say is, what would it mean a country not accepting the label? You know, a joint program gets the label. The only thing that comes to my mind, maybe I'm not seeing something, you know, I didn't have a lot of time to do the in-depth analysis, but what countries maybe could do is forbid that this label is put on the joint degree if they still have some regulations on how a diploma should look like, maybe something like that. But other than that, the label is very legislatively not impactful. Not so the qualification. For qualifications, there could be tons of barriers, but that's a whole different discussion. If we talk about the label, then I wouldn't see a big issue here. Just to round it off, I mean, the expectation would be that consortia can come to agencies that are registered in ECHAR, as they can do for the European approach, and we hope we serve to provide a trust in the agencies. So any agency could be chosen. I don't think that should be a problem in any case. The question is what happens with the outcome of the review, and that, just to reiterate, is different if we're talking about the label, which is different if we're talking more long-term about the qualification.
Thank you, Alexander. Now we're moving to the last questions that have more to do with the funding. And the first question you've asked is how to fund longer mobilities in bachelor joint programs, and Juan will be answering.
Yes, a really interesting topic, I think. Yesterday we discussed a bit about this in our group, and I think there are two main options that are highly practicable on the next steps for funding or joint programs at the bachelor level. The first one, which actually could even start over the next few years without waiting for the next Erasmus Plus program, would be to rethink Key Action 1 rules under Erasmus Plus. So, as you know, the way that Erasmus Plus works is that there is a regulation that needs to be approved by the co-legislators, the Parliament and the Council, and this is the legal text. All the other things are operational aspects, and the Commission has extreme room for maneuver to change them. So nothing says that the rules of Key Action 1 cannot be changed to support, for instance, the use of funds for more than, 12 months, right? Up to 3 years. So those things can be changed. It's just about engaging with the right people in the Commission, which is not easy. Because, of course, this process of changing would involve many different units under DGAC, many different processes, and then the relations with the agencies. So, honestly, I don't think it's realistic to do it in 1 year, but why not, since we are in the process of discussing about the next Erasmus Plus program, why not trying it? Practically speaking, which this could mean is that universities, when they apply for Key Action 1 funds, they get an allocated amount of money that could be used for joint programs of any kind, for instance, and where there are no limitations in terms of 12 months. Okay, so I think this is something we can work around, maybe in the group, or maybe, and they're exploring it through projects or whatever. And then I think the second option for alliances is to also explore how the lump sum funding that we get can be more targeted to joint programs. Under lump sum rules, we can already fund long-term mobility as much as we want. We don't do it because we probably don't have enough money. but nothing in the rules says that we cannot use our money to fund long-term mobility. So to me, the question is, what is better? To have maybe a bigger allocation, potentially specifying that we want to use part of it to our joint programs as part of our capacity to design our initiatives, or to have another call with new rules, with new applications. Well, in this forum, I think we heard a lot about the fact that we don't want new applications, we don't want more bureaucracy. So I think these two are options that we should explore because they would allow us to get funding without new processes. So yeah, just some ideas. Of course, I think here there is no right or wrong answer. So looking forward to other aspects that you might want to engage with there.
Thank you, Juan. The next question is, would the cost of applying for the European degree label be a deciding factor in its success?
I don't think so, because I think that if this is attached to the European approach, it has not need to cost more. I know that some of the labels work with some additional costs, but I don't see that. I think that will kill the thing if the process is complex, not because of the cost. The cost will be for those that in July or later want to apply for it because they have already accredited the process for this case. And also it will depend a lot if there is a site visit, even online or not. But I don't think this is going to be a key element.
Thank you, Marichel. The next question is, how does the European degree label support the development of special types of degrees, such as dual degrees, meaning combining phases of study and work, already recognized in many European countries? And Ulrike will be answering.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, so the dual degree programs, as they are understood in many countries, is a combination of academic program with a vocational training. So as far as I see, so if the academic component, because they will also receive an academic degree and a vocational qualification, so if the academic component complies with all the criteria of the European degree label, I would not see any problem to go for one. I mean, the academic component would then need to be a joint degree, of course, with two institutions, but if you manage to include the format, the dual format in this whole structure, and also comply with all the criteria as set in the European degree label, then why not?
Thank you, Ulrike. And for our last question, we'll have Andrea answer it. And the question is the goal to have alliances issue the European degree label instead of the individual institutions?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I like that one. And it's a little bit a follow-up almost on the answer from Alexander. So the question, in a way, makes not so much sense because it is neither the universities, the individual ones, nor the alliances that award the label. So when we read the Commission's resolution from May 12th, I think it was this year, the label is actually granted or awarded to programs, not to students, to the program by quality assurance agencies or authorities in general, like self-awarding universities. So what probably is meant possibly by the question is, when we have the European degree as a degree that is awarded to the student, would that be awarded by the alliance or the institutions? And in my reading and understanding of the European degree label or the European degrees, there's no intent to kind of get rid of the individual institutions and replace them by the alliances, by no means. And in fact, when it comes to the academic authority of awarding a degree, this remains in the responsibility of the academic institutions. So it will not be the alliance that will actually award it. They may issue it, but issuing is something different than awarding. So I think this question also shows how much we need to clarify what these terms are. Label for the program versus the degree for the learner, who is awarding and who is issuing.
Thank you, Andrea. And
can I?
Yeah.
Just 1 second, because this is actually quite interesting, right? Because when you read the Council recommendation on quality assurance, and well, we had a lot of discussions back in the day with Alexander on this, referring to the potential European degree, there is a concrete reference to a future possibility of allowing alliances, should they want to self-accredit degrees on behalf of their institutions, right? So this is something that is there. Of course, it's a council recommendation, no legal binding force. It requires the member states doing it. I don't think it's going to happen, but I think politically it's something important that it is there, right? Because this could, imagine how easy it could become in the future, having robust quality assurance systems. We would move towards cross-institutional QA to self-award potential European degrees. So the political part is there, but it's a completely different story what will happen, but at least the member states agreed to put there in a council recommendation.
Thank you. So this is the end of the questions to which we've managed to find an answer, hoping that they were adequate answers. Again, you are free to send us remaining questions you'd like to see addressed, you want us to list in the report, etc. Although, please don't ask for coffee, because we won't be able to provide it once we're home. And so to close to finish this closing session, we will hear from two people that are online, and the first one of those is Daniela Cristina Gitulica, who is the president of ENCA.
Thank you very much. Just checking if you are able to hear me.
We can hear you and see you perfectly.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here today, and many thanks for the invitation. I'm sure, I just heard a little bit, and then Patrick is there and told us some insights, to say so. I'm sure you had a couple of days of very interesting debates on what is, right, the hot topic of the moment, the European degree label. But of course, that besides the revision of the ESGs, which is also a very important moment for the quality assurance systems and higher education, I would say. If I may, I will also take this opportunity to thank the FOREU4ALL consortium for including ENQA in the external advisory board, working together with one of the most prestigious higher education institutions in Europe, united in 65 alliances, if I'm not wrong, is for us an amazing opportunity to contribute to building the universities of the future, where, of course, we believe quality of education has to be central. As I guess you may know already, ENQA is a membership organization. We are counting today 104 members and affiliate in more than 50 countries. But we are also the stakeholder organization for quality assurance within the Bologna process. And in that capacity, we are contributing to policy development and driving innovation in quality assurance as part of our mission. Well, referring a little bit, because I know I don't have much time, to the European degree label, ENQA have kind of followed this process from the beginning. We have published a briefing note that you can find on our website on the Council recommendation on the European Quality Assurance and Recognition System, and on the Council resolution back in May, as it was mentioned before, in which we appreciated that the importance of quality assurance is recognized as a key factor in facilitating internationalization. And we also have welcomed the emphasis on implementing existing tools of the European higher education area in view of supporting enhancement-led quality assurance and removing bureaucracy and legislative barriers to both cross-border quality assurance and automatic recognition. Moreover, we have expressed our commitment to offering support to our members and the European Commission to facilitate the implementation of the two policy documents in the benefit of students, of course, and of the entire academic community. Well, getting to today, we are, and many of our members are now part in the policy lab. which we believe is an effective tool for bringing together all relevant stakeholders in order to develop a framework for the European degree label. That would be that could foster successful implementation of the initiative. We have looked recently in the operational guide which have been launched. We believe it's indeed a very good instrument that has the potential to bridge the policy and practice, as the workshop that you have organized also aims. We have already analyzed it and sent some documents to the European Commission, some comments, I apologize, and maybe those would be, we hope, would be helpful in view of clarifying and also improve some of the aspects of the document. I will not go in the comments, do not worry, I know I don't have time, but just to underline some principles, we are really calling for a flexible and light approach, built so that avoids any overlapping or redundance with the quality assurance process, fully respecting the institutional autonomy and proportionate in what it regards the resources, funding, and the effort needed. We also believe it should be maybe more outcome-oriented and meaningfully evaluating in the way in which are being put in practice the different aspects of academic activities which are tackled by the criteria approved by the European Commission documents. Of course, we are aware that this is a work in progress, and we are fully confident that workshops like the one which have organized, further work within the policy lab or other larger policy forums, as well as a constant dialogue between the actors involved, would lead at the end to a widely accepted framework and its impactful implementation. And to close, I will conclude by inviting you to make sure you join the open consultations on the revision of the European standards and guidelines. Maybe you know already, but we are also working on the revision of the European approach. We will have a first meeting next week. We are looking forward to your contributions, of course. The contributions of institutions are really very relevant. I'm also want to wish you all of success in what you have proposed within the project and at a larger scale within the European alliances which are members, and maybe also all the best for the holidays which are already here, right? Thank you again for the invitation and for listening.
Thank you, Christina. And yes, indeed, the QA group has been shared the draft ESG and has been shared the link where they can send their recommendations and feedback. But they're also invited to send feedback from their alliances to provide also the feedback of alliances and not only individual institutions. I know that some alliances are already doing this. And we will receive in our general meeting of January Anna Gover from ENCA, who will explain the entire process to the group. The second speaker of this closing is Beatrix Bruce, and she is the chair of the FOREU4ALL board and forum of EUAs.
Yes, hello everybody, good afternoon. Great, at least to see some of you there. I can see some of you in this beautiful building you are in. I've just been there on Monday. At the beginning of this wonderful Utopia week, and now with the fantastic thematic work group meeting on the European degree label. First of all, thank you to all for doing this, for working on this very, very important topic, as we've just heard also from Christina, and we've heard her support, as well as also the fact that simplification and full institutional autonomy is the key, or are the keys. I think that's very important to hear, at least for me as a scientist and somebody who's very, very adamant when it comes to who, creates European degree labels and who creates study courses. This is together with the students, and it's especially the scientists also who have to do for supporting this. So very special to work towards the future of education in this historic place with entrepreneurial minds from all of Europe. So we move from Florence to Venice. What more can one do to be highly inspired and to also create the European education area? We were in Florence a couple of weeks ago where we have set the scene again and also talked about and created the Florence Pledge. Let's see the impact of that together with the European Commission. But altogether, I would say this is what the European education area is about. And now, and it's amazing. Many of you have been there for a week. Now you're still there listening to us at 4 o'clock on Friday afternoon. You've worked, I know this, I've seen some LinkedIn posts as well in this informal, virtual, as well as physical FOREU4ALL network, which has grown into what it is accelerating. So a real community of practice, bringing together thousands of experts from all over Europe to pioneer transnational education. How wonderful is that? What you've done is the first in-person workshop. It's the proof of the growth of FOREU4ALL and what we are doing together. And many of you know that this togetherness we have highlighted in our paper on the European University Alliances as the beating heart of Europe, where we've said deep cooperation is the key to what we are doing and also to what could be the future and the asset of Europe to come. And both the European degree and the quality assurance topical group are here of strategic importance, are an example of what deep cooperation can really mean, not just to the European education area, but also to research, to Horizon, to the European Competitiveness Fund, to overcome the challenges we face, to exchange on what is already possible, not to wait for anybody, be it politicians or policymakers, but now for us as scientists, as being in that field, actually being the ones who then have to do it and have to teach, have to do research-based education, and to proactively advise as well and co-shape the future of Europe's education. And as I said, the European degree label are two examples of deep cooperation that we highlight in times of massive seismic transformations. And also, perhaps this is the European way that we move forward together in cooperation with many nations and hopefully also in many languages. I've just heard the discussion on what is allowed as a language, and allow me as a linguist to say real multilingualism means that all languages count. So European degree is one pathway and a very important one for Europe. And the freedom of science there is so important that we can move and be the bridge builders that we are, because everything we have to do has to be science-led. And this also relates to and is important for quality culture and quality assurance. As somebody who has built an own quality assurance system, this can be science-led as well. And I think this is very crucial to how we move forward. That's why I was very pleased when Christina just said, institutional autonomy as well as the freedom of science in a way is the guiding force. And this will be very important to how we can realize the criteria of the European degree, because if we really want to get all of our scientists and researchers and educators involved in this so important endeavor, this is the line we have to hold on to. And quality culture and simplification and flexibility is something else we have also stressed a couple of weeks ago in Florence. I've suggested to add to the criteria the research-basedness as well as AI. And as I said, the concept of multilingualism and the opportunity as well. What this means could not just be restricted to Europe alone. And the cooperation between students and researchers is key in the way we try to shape the European degree label. So let me finally thank Laura Colo, Mara Noblet, and of course Rumita Ayuchu, who have been outstanding in achieving this remarkable workshop. Of course, thanks to the University of Venice for hosting everybody there in this beautiful building, for doing this wonderful group of the Utopia Week, who brought us all together, and togetherness was part of their key motto this week as well. So also from my part, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing all of the results in due course, and of course also have a wonderful weekend, safe travels home, and then of course a wonderful Advent time and festivities for those who celebrate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Beatrix, and thank you, Christina. Before we end the session, we would like to thank one other very special person that you may have not heard from, but it's very, very important. So, Laura, if you please join me. And I will also put back up the slides because, you know, as a quality assurance officer, I must collect data and for continuous improvement purposes. So you will have a small survey, and if you don't have time to flash it and to scan it now, of course, we will spam you with it via email.
So yesterday, I learned that one of the main stars of this event, Jörg Centurion, who helped us with all the logistics, has also a very good knowledge of Venice history. And since we didn't have money and time to organize a cultural program, I decided that to link the end of this event with your promenade in Venice. I asked Jörg if he could share a story, an anecdote about Venice. I don't know what he will say, so I have no responsibility on that, but please, Jörg. And also a big applause to him because he did most of the work.
So thank you, Laura, but this is just because of the spritz we drank yesterday. Otherwise, I would have refused. So today, for us at Foscari, an intense week, sorry, I'm really tired after this intense week, comes to an end. It officially began on Monday with the opening ceremony of the Utopia Week, which also featured guest speakers, including Vanessa de Biasenton, Chief of Cabinet of the Executive Vice President Roxana Mingzatu, European Commission, Professor Beatrix Busse, as you said, as you heard a few seconds ago, Chair of FOREU4ALL, and representatives from the Italian Ministry of University and Research, as well as other Italian institutions involved in the European Universities Initiative. The opening day was also attended by several rectors, or at least their delegates, of Italian universities involved, like us, in a European alliance. Among them was the Vice Rector for Internationalization of the University of Pavia, Professor Alvaro, who, before his speech, paid tribute to Professor Sofia Corradi, also known as Mamma Erasmus. Sofia Corradi was a student who, in 1957, won a Fulbright scholarship for a master's degree at Columbia University. Upon her return to Italy, when she went to her university's office to have her exams validated, she discovered that her efforts abroad could not be recognized and that the exams would not be validated. The experience deeply humiliated her, but rather than allowing herself to be discouraged, Sofia made a promise to herself. No other student would have to suffer such an insult and injustice. So she began to imagine a system to allow students to study abroad without losing the recognition of their exams, which was the basic idea that ultimately helped create the Erasmus program. Fortunately, history is full of people like Mamma Erasmus, and after the spritz, I would like to take advantage of the fact that we are in Venice to briefly remember two of these people, among many, and indeed quite different from each other, but united by the same passion for study and knowledge. The first is Elena Lucrezia Corner, or Cornaro according to the versions, Piscopia, known as the world's first woman to graduate, having earned a degree in philosophy from the University of Padua in 1678. Elena was born in Venice in 1646 and developed a passion for study at an early age. She was fluent in Spanish, French, Arabic, Aramaic, and Hebrew, and developed a profound musical culture. She also studied eloquence, dialectics, and philosophy, taking lessons from Professor Carlo Rinaldini, a professor at the University of Padua, and a friend of her father. Alongside her passion for learning, Elena cultivated a true religious vocation. This is why, in 1677, she applied for a bachelor's degree in theology at the University of Padua. However, the chancellor of that prestigious university firmly rejected her request. But thanks to Rinaldini's mediation, Elena Lucrezia was finally able to graduate on June 25th in 1678 in philosophy and not in theology, as she had initially desired. She was not allowed to teach just because she was a woman. But for Lucrezia, this was not a tragedy. In fact, the degree allowed her to free herself from her family and devote herself solely to her studies. And instead of paving a way for the inclusion of women in academia, Elena's figure soon fell into oblivion, and her rediscovery and appreciation began later, more or less 1 century ago. In particular, a young student, Ruth Crawford, from Vassar College in the United States, in the early 20th century, noticed a small decoration in the college Thornton Memorial Library. It portrayed an unknown woman being awarded a degree. Crawford wanted to know more and soon discovered that the founders of Vassar College, great scholars and lovers of travel, had decorated the library window in honor of the world's first female graduate, Elena Lucrezia Corner Piscopia. So the mysterious figure finally had a name, and for Ruth Crawford, she became a lifelong companion. And after her graduation, Professor Crawford began studying the figure and history of Elena Lucrezia Cornaro Piscopia, so much so that in the 60s, last century, she became the promoter of the so-called Cornaro Project. Over the next 20 years, this project brought together many scholars and universities in a massive effort to rediscover and reevaluate the world's first female graduate. All this work led to the establishment of the Committee for the Celebrations of the Third Centenary of the First Degree awarded to a woman in the world, which took place in Padua on June 25th, 1978. I'm closing. So the second person I want to tell you about is exactly the opposite of Elena, and is somehow connected also to Ca' Foscari, our university. First, let's briefly talk about Ca' Foscari. Some people ask me what Ca means. So Ca' Foscari, or Palazzo Foscari, or House Foscari, because this is the meaning of Ca, House Foscari, is a Venetian Gothic-style building overlooking a unique spot on the Grand Canal, chosen by many landscape painters, including the famous Canaletto, to depict the splendid panoramic view on the Grand Canal, which extends from the Rialto Bridge to the Accademia Gallery. Palazzo Foscari, or Ca' Foscari, is home to our university, which takes its name exactly from the palace. This was one of the residences of the Foscari family, a very important and powerful Venetian patrician family, and among them, Doge Francesco Foscari, who commissioned the building, is remembered. By the way, Francesco Foscari stayed there only for a few days before his death, a death caused by old age, of course, because he was very old, but also by sadness over the events that, centuries later, inspired Giuseppe Verdi's opera I Due Foscari, itself based on Lord Byron's play The Two Foscari, an historical tragedy. Thanks to Ca' Foscari's location, the splendid view from its noble floors overlooking the Grand Canal, and its imposing size, the building was often used by the Republic of Venice to host ambassadors and heads of states over the centuries, including King Henry III of France in 1574. During this stay, the king met and fell in love with Veronica Franco. Veronica Franco was an intellectual, a writer, a musician, editor of poetry collections, and a brilliant essayist. But before all of this, Veronica Franco was a prostitute by profession, or rather, a courtesan. She was introduced to the profession by her own mother and against her will, because from an early age, Veronica's passion were study and poetry. As was the custom of the time, and despite her profession, Veronica was married off to at a very young age to a nobleman much more older than her, until 1564. That year, in fact, all of Venice was surprised by Veronica's boldness. At just 18 and pregnant with her first child, she decided to separate from her husband to take control of her own life. Padrona del suo destino, owner of her own destiny, among other things, is the Italian title of the film inspired by her life. The original name is Dangerous Beauty, 1998. Beautiful and delicate in her manner, clever and talented, and highly skilled in poetry, Veronica soon made her mark in Venetian high society. Courtesans, among other things, could choose their clients, and Veronica systematically selected them based on social class, money for sure, and culture, criteria that allowed her to maintain relationships with the city's powerful figures. It should therefore come as no surprise that when Henry of Valois traveled to the Veneto region in summer of 1574, on the eve of his coronation as King of France, the Venetian Republic enlisted the services of the renowned Veronica Franco. Venice needed an alliance with the French, and the best way to achieve it was to ensure that the future king, Henry III, would have an unforgettable stay in the city. The Serenissima prepared to welcome the illustrious guest with banquets, triumphal arches, concerts, and fireworks. And if such an outlay were not enough, they also decided to give him an exclusive and special gift, a night in company of Veronica Franco, the most beautiful, cultured, and refined citizen of Venice. The meeting took place in our building in Foscari. We can assume that the king enjoyed it very much because from then on, Venice could count on the French alliance. But Veronica's fortunes ran out a few years later, in 1580, when the tutor of one of her sons, perhaps seeking revenge for her rejection, denounced her to the Holy Office of the Inquisition, something very rare in Venice, on charges of practicing witchcraft. For these charges, one risked the death sentence. Despite the enormous risk, Veronica Franco decided to defend herself in a dramatic trial, but thanks to her tenacity and intelligence, Veronica managed to prove her innocence and was ultimately acquitted. Conclusions. Well, there are not precise conclusions here. I just simply wanted to share with you a few short stories related to the place and the city that have host us, and also because of the spritz with again. Yeah, I know, but it's some of the things Venice is famous for, so we are quite proud of it. And yes, I just hope to see you again in this beautiful place in this city that is hosting us. With this, I would also like to thank you. It was a privilege for us to have hosted the first FOREU4ALL workshop here in Venice and here at Foscari, especially on such a complex and challenging topic as the European degree. I would also like to thank Laura, Romita, Marat, and Pauline, and Mattia Bellotti, Secretary General of our alliance, Utopia, who proposed this initiative to us the last year. But let me also thank the colleagues and the staff of Foscari University who made the organization of these events possible. So thank you all for supporting me and for supporting us in the last months and throughout the entire week. Thanks to our rector Tiziana Lippiello and her staff, especially Alessia. Thanks to our institutional coordinator Mauro Cannone and to my wonderful staff, Laura, Ilaria, Alessia, to our events office, Veronica, Dalila, Caterina, to our comms team, especially Francesca, to Fondazione Ca' Foscari, so to Martina and Martina, to the IT technicians, Luca, Modesto, Paolo, Cristiano, to the students who help us, Simone, Osama, Maurizio, Gaia, Francesca, Alessandra, Carlotta, Benedetta, Matteo, and to all the other colleagues at Ca' Foscari. Thanks, and thanks also to you for your patience.
I cannot add any other words to these beautiful stories. I would just add, let's go have some spritz now. And thanks for everything.
Dai, group picture.
Banco, no, faccio un sabato qua. Okay, let's go out so we can...
It's a good moment to interrupt. Yes.
Take
Likewise.
Nee, nee, inderdaad. Is zo.